Chapter 1109. At the historic moment of rise. Feng Luan looked at the people kneeling in front of her and revealed a faint smile on her face. She had finally taken her first step. She turned around and looked at Wang Xian with gratitude in her eyes. Wang Xian shrugged. Let's go out. Okay. Feng Luan nodded and followed beside him. Wang Xian walked out of the mayor's hall and flew directly to the central tower. Feng Luan moved and followed closely behind him. Jin Xinyuan and the rest didn't hesitate and followed behind him. They knew that the time for the establishment of the dynasty had arrived. Wang Xian was floating in the sky above Shanghai town, while Feng Luan stood beside him. Citizens of Shanghai town, I am Wang Xian. Today, I have something important to announce. Wang Xian looked down and shouted in a deep voice. In an instant, Wang Xian's voice spread across the entire Shanghai town. Oh, it's Master Wang? Master Wang has an announcement to make. Hurry up and come out. Come out, come out. Put down what you are doing and come out. With just one sentence from Wang Xian, everyone in Shanghai town put down what they were doing and walked out of their houses. Some were standing on the streets while others were standing in the courtyard. Basically, everyone walked out of their houses and raised their heads to look at Wang Xian, who was in the sky. From today onwards, I will hand over Shanghai town to my family next to me. Her name is Feng. Today, Feng will use Shanghai town as the starting point to establish the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. In the future, Shanghai town will become a citizen of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. Wang Xian shouted loudly again, and his voice entered everyone's ears. Everyone was slightly stunned as they looked at the beautiful figure beside Wang Xian in astonishment. Boom! Feng Luan moved her feet lightly as a warm flame was emitted from her body. I am Feng. Today, I will use Shanghai town as the imperial city to establish the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. While everyone was in a daze, Feng Luan spoke directly. At the same time, streams of warm flames were emitted from her body. The flames blocked the radiance of the sun and emitted a warm radiance that made everyone feel warm. Everyone in Holy See Town had shocked expressions on their faces as they stared blankly at the infinitely enlarged phoenix in the sky. I am the king. All living things in the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty are equal. The people are not affected by hunger and cold. I am the king. All living things in the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty are safe and undisturbed by fierce beasts. I am the king. All living things in the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty can strive to become stronger. I am the king, and all beings in the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty are invincible, fearless, and without fear. Feng Luan's voice resounded in everyone's mind. Everyone widened their eyes and slowly opened their mouths. Equality, peace, self-improvement, and invincibility. These grand ambitions shocked everyone. Today, the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty is established, and I am the king. The city will be expanded, and the Dragon and Phoenix Academy will be established. The first principal of the academy will be Yu Chengzi, a rank 2 insightful void martial artist. Every child will have a chance to become a peerless expert. Feng Luan's face revealed endless dignity as she slowly walked over. I am Yu Chengzi. Everyone, please advise me. When Feng Luan spoke of Yu Chengzi, the middle-aged man holding the feather fan directly flew into the sky and looked down at all the people below. He cupped his fists and said, The Dragon and Phoenix Empire will establish the Dragon and Phoenix City Guards. The commander, Yin Wanshan, is a rank 2 profound void martial artist. Feng Luan continued to speak. I am Yin Wanshan. Please enlighten me. The middle-aged man holding the red staff flew into the sky and cupped his fists at everyone. The Dragon and Phoenix dynasty has established the Dragon and Phoenix army. There are 1,200 people in the army. The commander, Meng Hong, is at rank 3 of the profound void martial stage. I am Meng Hong. Please enlighten me. Dragon and Phoenix army, please enlighten me. The middle-aged man holding the big saber flew into the sky and shouted loudly. The 1,200 experts of the Dragon and Phoenix Corps flew into the sky at the same time and shouted at everyone in Holy See Town. Today, Holy Sea Town will be renamed Dragon and Phoenix City, Feng Luan finally announced. When he finished saying this, he waved his arm. One after another, feng shui compasses floated around him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One after another, feng shui compasses instantly formed a large array. Rain Formation, Rank 4 Void Interpretation Formation. Lives in Dragon Phoenix City. People don't get sick. Their bodies are cleansed. Wind Pattern Formation, Rank 5 Void Interpretation Formation, City Defense Formation. The formation can release Rank 4 Void Interpretation attacks to attack intruders. Boundless Spirit Formation, Rank 5 Void Interpretation Formation. Gathers spiritual energy within 1,000 miles. Increases the concentration of spiritual energy in Dragon Phoenix City by 5 times. Ming-Ching Array, 3rd Grade Void Interpretation Array, Auxiliary Array. It can make people's minds clear. Rays of light covered Holy Sea Town as Feng Luan spoke one by one. Following her actions and her words, all the people in Holy Sea Town could feel the changes in their surroundings. When they heard the level and function of this array, all of their faces revealed shocked expressions. Many people's bodies trembled. Heavens, what is this? 4 powerful array formations at the profound void tier. Under these 4 array formations, Holy Sea Town was definitely a paradise. Even the array formation in Star Moon City was far inferior to it, right? Even some of the Empire's large cities had such an array formation. First, it was Feng Luan's grand wish, then the profound void experts they looked up to, and finally, this priceless array formation. It was no exaggeration to say that this array could buy their Sacred Sea Town. However, as the citizens of Sacred Sea Town, they were a little stunned at first, but now they were a little excited. Oh my God, we can actually live in such a city? This is completely the transformation of thatched cottages and villas. Below, even Jin Qinyuan and the others were trembling at Feng Luan's grand gesture. They knew what this array meant and what it meant for the future of the Holy Sea Town under these arrays. Grand gesture, grand gesture. She was really going to use the Holy Sea Town as a starting point to build a powerful kingdom. At the thought of Wang Xian's words, they were all excited again. We are willing to be the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. We are willing to make you the Phoenix King. Long live the Phoenix King. Jin Qinyuan and the rest looked at each other. He could see the shock in each other's eyes. The group of people knelt on the ground and shouted loudly. We are willing to be the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. We are willing to serve you as the Phoenix King. Long live the Phoenix King. Jin Qinyuan and the rest took the lead. The rest of the citizens of Holy Sea Town quickly shouted loudly as they slowly knelt on the ground. Not to mention the great ambitions that the Queen had said, the things that she had brought out were worthy of their kneeling. Moreover, with the Queen and her subordinates in the future, why would Holy Sea Town be afraid of demon beasts attacking the city? Just now, many people had seen with their own eyes that her subordinates, who were floating in the sky, had directly killed the leader of the blood-barbaric demon beasts. He had exterminated the Ocean Cultivator army and the general who wanted to kill them within a minute. Chapter 11:10 Dragon Palace Descended. All citizens, today is the first year of the establishment of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. From now on, we will enter the year of the Dragon and Phoenix calendar. Today will be the day of the founding of the National Day. In the future, I will make the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, standing at the top of the extraordinary continent. You will be my first batch of citizens. Next, we will lead everyone and create miracles. Feng Luan looked at the 7 to 8 million people below and smiled. She said calmly as if she was stating a fact. Everyone below widened their eyes. They looked at the Queen who was emitting flames and were in a daze. This kind of absurd and whimsical thing seemed to be coming true from her mouth. This made them feel that they might be a little crazy, but they actually believed her words. Next, I will quickly transform Dragon Phoenix City and build a city guard team. Everyone, please do your own things now. After Feng Luan finished speaking, she flew down directly. Wang Xian followed her back to the mayor's residence. Oh my god, that beauty. No, our queen. She actually built a dynasty in our Holy Sea Town. We can't call it Holy Sea Town anymore. We should call it Dragon Phoenix City instead. The array formation the queen brought out is so powerful, and the spiritual energy here is increasing rapidly. It's not just spiritual energy. I can feel the water energy falling on my body, and now my whole body is feeling very comfortable. Haha, in the future, when our Holy Sea Town has these arrays, the demon beasts and fierce beasts attacking the city are just courting death. Exactly. With our 4 arrays and Lord Wang's arrays, even insightful emptiness realm experts can't do anything to us. Besides, the Dragon Phoenix City now can't even be compared to those big cities in the empires. Our queen was brought here by Lord Wang. I wonder what the relationship between Lord Wang and her is. I saw them when they were passing by the city. They seem to be very close to Lord Wang. All right. The queen's private affairs are not something that we can discuss. We will definitely have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Haha. In the future, when the academy is established, the insightful emptiness realm expert will be the principal. There will be abundant spiritual energy and strong instructors here. Perhaps my child will also be able to become a hero like Lord Wang. When they saw the queen leave, all the citizens had excited expressions as they started chatting. As they looked at the sky, they suddenly felt that it was extremely blue and filled with hope. Especially when the queen said, "I am the queen." It made their blood boil. They had the urge to fight for the queen. In just a few minutes, Feng Luan had won the hearts of everyone. Impressive. As expected of the number 1 empress of all time. Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan with a smile. Even without me, you can win the hearts of the people. Without you, it would be much more troublesome. Feng Luan shook her head. If she were to attack a city, the city lord's mansion would definitely gather the entire city's strength to defend the city. If someone was defending the city, she would have to kill the person defending the city. Once someone was killed, the family members of the person defending the city would resent her. Even if she were to take out so many treasures, it would still cause the family members who died defending the city to resent her. They might even take revenge. And here, with Wang Xian around, the hearts of the people were united. She only took out some treasures and gathered the hearts of the people. In front of the people who had experienced despair, she was naturally extremely grateful. A large part of the reason was still because of Wang Xian. I'll return in a while. You guys stand still. I'm going to officially enter the Transcendence Continent. Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan and said with fighting spirit in his eyes. Okay, call me when you've migrated over. I'll go meet Sister Shu Qing and the rest. Feng Luan nodded. Okay. Wang Xian smiled. Here are the remaining pills. Take them. Feng Luan gave him the remaining pills from the sale of the half-step void interpretation bloodline. Wang Xian stretched out his hand and took them. A smile appeared on his face. All right, I'm leaving. Be careful of the Star Moon Kingdom. Yes, the Star Moon Kingdom will not mobilize all their forces just because of a town. Feng Luan nodded at him. Let's go. Wang Xian shouted softly. With a move of his body, he flew directly to the location of the Earth's passageway. Ao Jian and the group of strange demons immediately followed behind. Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian's figure and revealed a smile. Empress, young Master Wang's subordinates have all made breakthroughs in just half a month. It's especially so for those kinds of creatures. It's absolutely easy for them to assassinate martial artists who are at level 9 of the extraordinary realm. The one who combines light and darkness has reached the peak below the void interpretation realm. The old lady looked at Wang Xian's figure and whispered, Xiao Yun, I might not be able to return to the peak in the future history of the Transcendence Continent, but he will definitely be able to stand at the peak of the Transcendence Continent and be worshipped by all races. Feng Luan's eyes flickered as she said, Oh. A trace of shock appeared in the old woman's eyes. This was the first time she had heard the Empress say such words. She looked at the gradually disappearing figure in astonishment, and a smile appeared on her face. If he is really like what the Empress said, then this young Master Wang will help you return to your peak. I want to do it myself. Feng Luan's face revealed a resolute expression, followed by a valiant smile as she went to deal with the problem of Dragon Phoenix City. I wonder what Shu Qing and the rest are doing? Are they still in seclusion? This is the longest time I have been away. Wang Xian smiled and entered the ocean. When Wang Xian was about to reach the passageway, he was astonished. With a thought, he flew to the left. That's Ao Qitian. Wang Xian looked over and saw Ao Qitian and Ba Qi attacking a five-headed giant squid that was at Transcendent Level 5. Ao Qitian and Ba Qi were both at Transcendent Level 4. However, due to their blood barbarians, there was no problem for them to fight above their level. The five-headed giant squid was about to be killed by them. Dragon King! Dragon King! Ao Qitian and Ba Qi also sensed Wang Xian's arrival. They turned around and shouted excitedly. Not bad. Let's go. Let's go back first. Wang Xian looked at them with satisfaction on his face. The last time they returned to the Dragon Palace, he had asked Prime Minister Gue to send people into the Transcendence continent to hunt ferocious beasts. Based on Ao Qitian and Ba Qi's abilities, their gains were not bad. It's the Dragon King. The two of them nodded respectfully. They put away the corpses of the 5 giant squid and swam toward the passage. This time around, it's time for the Dragon Palace to conquer the extraordinary mainland. Wang Xian moved his body and returned to the Dragon Palace through the passage. He was familiar with the Dragon Palace and was surrounded by the Water Tribe cultivators. This made him smile. He slowly walked to the Dragon King's palace. Greetings, Dragon King. The Water Tribe members who had learned of his arrival stood respectfully at the Dragon King's palace and shouted loudly. Chapter 11:11. The Arrival of the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue, Ao Qitian, Ao Nu, Ao Shi, Ao Yeka, Ao Qi, and Ba Qi, the 7 high-level officials of the Dragon Palace, together with Ao Jian and Ao Yao, were the current pillars of the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue was in charge of the overall situation, Ao Qitian was in charge of the Devil War Department, Ao Nu was in charge of the environment in the Dragon Palace, and Ao Shi was in charge of the Internal Affairs Department. Ao Yeka was in charge of the Dragon Defense Department, patrolling the 4 seas. Ao Qi was in charge of the Thunder Department, while Ba Qi was a technician who was in charge of developing poisons. Ao Jian was in charge of the Golden Swordfish clan and belonged to the guards of the Dragon Palace. Ao Yao was in charge of the Dragon Spur Department and was in charge of assassinations. Wang Xian looked at his subordinates in front of the Dragon King's hall with a satisfied expression on his face. Although other than Ao Jian and Ao Yao, the rest of them were very weak, their potential was limitless. Among them, all of them were at Transcendent Level 4. Ao Shrimpy and Ao Nu were slightly weaker. I have something important to announce upon my return. Wang Xian looked at them and said directly. Prime Minister Gue and the rest bowed and waited for Wang Xian's words. In 7 days, I will move the Dragon Palace to the Transcendence continent. At that time, we will develop in the dangerous Transcendence continent. Wang Xian glanced at all of them and said, Before we develop, I will improve your strength first. Prime Minister Gue, gather all the members of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded respectfully. Where are the Dragon Queens? Wang Xian looked at Ao Nu and asked her. The Dragon Queens are cultivating in the bedroom. Ao Nu replied respectfully. Okay, I'll go over first. Wang Xian nodded. His body moved, and he went straight to the Dragon King's bedroom. Looking at the 6 girls who were sitting cross-legged on the big bed and cultivating, Wang Xian smiled. My babies, I'm back. Wang Xian chuckled and his voice echoed in their minds. The group of girls were awakened by him. When they opened their eyes and saw Wang Xian, they were pleasantly surprised. Haha. Wang Xian pounced on him shamelessly. After leaving for such a long time, he really missed him to death. You only know how to do this when you just arrived. You annoying fellow. Ah. The tens of thousands of words that could not be described were omitted. After 6 hours, Wang Xian walked out in high spirits. Following him were 6 beautiful women who were beaming with happiness. I'm going to raise the strength of the Dragon Palace. All of you, follow me. Wang Xian looked at the members of the Dragon Palace who had been waiting for a few hours. He smiled and flew over. All right, little Xian. The group of girls followed behind him happily. Dragon King, Dragon Queen, all the members of the Dragon Palace are here. Prime Minister Gue said respectfully when he saw them coming. Wang Xian nodded and looked over. The Dragon Palace currently had a total of 3,560 members, including about 900 members from the Demon War Department. The Dragon Palace had the largest number of members. The rest of the Hag clan, the Thunder Shrimp clan, and the Golden Swordfish clan only had 300 to 400 members. The Strange Demon clan had the smallest number of members, only 156. However, the Strange Demon clan was also the strongest. When Wang Xian came to the Dragon Palace for the second time, he had increased the strength of a group of strange demons. Now, there were 20 strange demons who had reached Transcendent level rank 3. The strength of the 9 flood dragons had also reached Transcendent level rank 3. Out of the 3,500 members, only half of them had reached the Transcendent level. There were also many who were at the level of upper-level immortals on Earth and were half-step into the Transcendent level. Other than the few subordinates that Wang Xian had subdued back then, the rest of them were the dolphins. The dolphins and Tang Yinxian cultivated a special type of sound wave. When Tang Yinxian had broken through to the Transcendent stage, she had comprehended a supernatural ability. It was a water attribute supernatural ability. It used a special wave to boost the morale of the troops. The clarity of mind, energy recovery, and injury recovery of the creatures covered by the supernatural ability would be doubled. This was a very abnormal divine ability, but it was only effective on creatures of the same or lower level. For those creatures that were stronger than her, the divine ability had no effect on them. The other members of the Dragon Palace had different types. There were sea snakes, sea turtles, all kinds of sea fish, and all kinds of sea beasts. This group of chaotic creatures took up half of the total number. Aojian, have all the corpses been placed beside the dragon pool? Wang Xian asked Aojian. Dragon King, 1/3 of the corpses have been placed there. There are too many corpses in the storage bag. Aojian said. All right, everyone head to the dragon pool. Wang Xian walked in front and headed towards the dragon pool. Inside the dragon pool, there were 9 divine dragons spiraling on the dragon pillars. Their huge dragon heads were spitting out streams of bright red blood. At this moment, the dragon pool that could accommodate thousands of people had already reached 80% of dragon blood. This was the first time that so much dragon blood was stored in the dragon pool. However, this amount of dragon blood was not even used on 1/3 of the corpses. So much dragon blood. It was the first time that Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, and the other 6 girls had seen so much dragon blood. They were very clear about the value of dragon blood. Hee, it's time to upgrade the strength of the Dragon Palace. After this upgrade, the Dragon Palace will be transferred to the Transcendence continent. At that time, all of you will be with me. Wang Xian smiled. Wow, that's great. In that case, we can be together every day. The 6 girls were filled with joy. Prime Minister Gue, Ao Qitian, the 7 of you will enter first. After upgrading your strength to level 6 of the Transcendence, come out immediately. Wang Xian said to them. It's the Dragon King. The leaders of the Dragon Palace entered the Dragon Pool directly and began to raise their strength rapidly. Members of the Strange Demon Clan, enter the Dragon Pool and raise your strength to Transcendent level 6. In addition, choose to advance your dragon species as the Light Spike. 9 dragons, enter the Dragon Pool and raise your level to Transcendent level 6. Wang Xian looked at the 12 dragons of the Bizarre Demon Clan and gave his order. The Bizarre Demon Clan's development in the Transcendent continent was of utmost importance. Therefore, the Bizarre Demon Clan had to be strong. The 12 dragons were the future divine wind dragons. Naturally, they couldn't fall behind. Thank you, Dragon King. The group of bizarre demons and the 12 dragons immediately jumped into the dragon pool. Dolphins, enter the dragon pool and level up your cultivation to transcendent level 5. Wang Xian looked at the over 200 dolphins and ordered. Thank you, Dragon King. Over 200 dolphins, each 2 to 3 meters in size. Their eyes were filled with wisdom as they entered the dragon pool directly. Wang Xian watched them enter the dragon pool and didn't say anything else. To Wang Xian, the dolphins were an important race in the Dragon Palace. Their demonic sound was their strongest technique. They were extremely useful in large-scale battles. The strength of the dolphins could not be too low. Xiao Xian, I have something to tell you. At this moment, Lan Qingyue, who was standing at the side, looked at Wang Xian and said suddenly, What is it? Wang Xian looked at her in astonishment. After entering the extraordinary continent, I want to bring Xiao Lan out to explore. Chapter 11:12. The Dragon Palace Descended. You want to bring Xiao Lan to explore alone? This won't do. Qingyue, you. Upon hearing Lan Qingyue's words, Wang Xian's face was filled with astonishment. He quickly shook his head. Actually, some time ago, I wanted to enter the Transcendence continent, but I was stopped by Prime Minister Gu A. Lan Qingyue looked at Wang Xian with a hint of determination in her eyes. Following her gaze, she looked at the top of the Dragon Palace. Boom! At this moment, a huge object blocked the sky above. It had a gray body and was extremely huge. It looked like a prehistoric giant beast. The Kurin was one of the most powerful creatures in the universe. When Wang Xian left, the Kurin that Lan Qingyue raised was only about 300 meters long. Now, it was at least 600 to 700 meters long. Xiao Lan went to the south and north poles that the Dragon Palace has never been to before. She devoured 80% of the creatures there. Now, her cultivation has reached Transcendent Level 6. My strength has also reached Transcendent Level 5. There is no room for Xiao Lan on Earth anymore. I am prepared to go to the Transcendence continent with her. As Lan Qingyue spoke, her body emitted a gray energy. Furthermore, Xiao Xian, I have inherited the inheritance of the ancient god who raised the Kuan master. I have become the last bloodline of the ancient god race. I want to help you and not drag you down. This? Wang Xian looked at her and was slightly silent. Lan Qingyue had obtained the inheritance. It was the best inheritance in the universe. There were only a few that could be compared to her. The Kurin of the ancient god race dared to devour the divine dragons and phoenixes, as well as all kinds of top-tier races. A Kurin that had grown up was not weaker than the top-tier dragon kings of the divine dragons. After obtaining such an inheritance, Lan Qingyue wanted to become stronger, help him, and show the glory of the ancient god clan. Qingyue, I'm afraid that you will be in danger. The extraordinary continent is not Earth. There are countless level 6 extraordinary creatures there. Your and Xiao Lan's strength is not enough to deal with the unknown danger. Wang Xian said with some worry. Xiao Xian, don't worry. The ancient god clan was once hunted down by all the major races in the universe. They are definitely top-notch when it comes to avoiding danger. Moreover, I don't think that an extraordinary continent can cause the death of an ancient god-level Kuan master, even though he is just an ancient god-level Kuan master who has just obtained the inheritance. Lan Qingyue smiled and said confidently. Wang Xian saw her determined look and touched her face. I have 2 void interpretation level corpses here. In a while, pass one of the transformed dragon blood to Xiao Lan. Thank you, Xiao Xian. Lan Qingyue kissed him happily. Wang Xian smiled and said, Where's Xiao Yu? I wonder how long it will take for her to return from this trip to the extraordinary continent. Little sister Xiao Yu came back a few days ago. She even said to inform her next time if you were here. Guan Shuqing replied to Wang Xian. Okay, inform her and ask her if she is going to the supernatural continent. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before replying. All right, let's inform little sister Xiao Yu. The few girls nodded their heads. Wang Xian looked at the sky and flew into the sky. On Earth, due to the gravitational force, his speed was 10 times faster than that of the extraordinary continent. The destructive force that he could cause was several times greater than that of the extraordinary continent. With a single attack, he could cover an area of 10 kilometers. He could easily destroy a huge mountain. Looking around, he could see a location of 50 to 60 kilometers with his dragon eyes of light and dark fire. The entire Earth had undergone tremendous changes. Martial arts had gradually replaced science and technology. Under the nurturing of the spiritual energy, the Earth's gravitational force will also increase. At that time, it might reach a balance with the Transcendence continent. At that time, it might not be able to fly until one has reached Transcendence. Wang Xian arrived in the sky above a city within a dozen seconds. Looking at the lush and verdant city below, he thought to himself. After taking a round, Wang Xian returned to the Dragon Palace. In the next few days, Wang Xian stayed in the Dragon Palace. The strength of the members of the Dragon Palace was improving at a terrifying speed. There were hundreds of thousands of corpses, including many high-level corpses. This was a huge improvement to the Dragon Palace. In the past few days, Ao Yao, Ao Jian, and the rest led Prime Minister Gue to the Sea of the Supernatural Continent. They were searching for the location of the Dragon Palace. Brother, on this day, Xiao Yu and Fengling Tian arrived at the Dragon Palace. Xiao Yu ran over excitedly and hung herself on Wang Xian's body. All right, you're already married. You're such a big girl. Wang Xian patted her head with a smile on his face. Brother, how many days will you be staying for this time? Xiao Yu asked hurriedly. I might be staying for 4 to 5 days. I'll be leaving in 4 to 5 days. Furthermore, I'm preparing to move the Dragon Palace to the supernatural continent. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Yu and said lovingly. Ah. Xiao Yu was slightly shocked. She stared at him with her eyes wide open. Her face was a little anxious. I want to ask if you guys are going to the Transcendence continent or staying on Earth. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Yu and then at Fengling Tian before asking directly. That brother-in-law of mine, I have long thought of this day. It is very difficult for me to step into a higher realm while I am on Earth. My lifespan is no more than 500 years. Unless I improve my strength, I will finally be able to reach a higher realm. Fengling Tian, who was standing at the side, smiled. His eyes were shining. The great Tao of humanity was eternal life. In this environment on Earth, it was probably the peak for extraordinary experts to appear. If one wanted to step into a higher realm, the only way was to enter a higher world. Yes, brother. From now on, we will live in the Dragon Palace and fight side by side with the Dragon Palace. Xiao Yu seemed to have thought of this day as well. Without much hesitation, she said directly. All right. Wang Xian revealed a smile. Brother-in-law, when you enter the dragon pool later, I will teach you the cultivation method of the wind god dragon. Fengling Tian revealed an excited expression and nodded quickly. Xiao Yu's willingness to enter the extraordinary continent with him was somewhat out of his expectations. However, this was the most perfect thing. Time passed day by day as batches of members of the Dragon Palace entered the dragon pool. The dragon blood was being consumed rapidly. Roar, 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 buzz, 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 buzz. A week after Wang Xian returned to the Dragon Palace, a roar that sounded like the end of the world was heard from the sky above the Dragon Palace. The roar was extremely loud, and it even spread across a radius of several thousand kilometers. All the humans who heard the roar had a look of shock in their eyes. A Kurin that is half a step into the void interpretation realm. With such power, it shouldn't be a problem for it to kill a first-level void interpretation realm expert. Looking at Xiao Lan, who was more than 1,000 meters in the sky above the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian felt his scalp tingling. After consuming a large amount of dragon blood, including the corpse of the leader of the blood barbaric demon beast, its strength had directly increased to half a step into the void interpretation realm. It was invincible. Dragon King, we have already chosen the location of the Dragon Palace. At this time, Prime Minister Gui came to report. Good. Then get ready to descend to the extraordinary continent. Chapter 11:13. Level 3 Dragon Palace. In 7 days, the group of girls had settled everything on Earth. Xiao Yu and Feng Lingtian had also settled everything at home. Feng Lingtian's father, Ling Xiao, did not follow them. Looking at the dark passage, everyone in the Dragon Palace was excited. A fighting spirit was emitted from their bodies. At this moment, there were 800 demon monkeys of the Demon War Department standing behind Wang Xian. All of them had the strength of level 4 transcendence. The 800 members of the Thunder Department were also at level 4 transcendence. The 800 members of the Dragon Defense Department were all at level 4 transcendence. The 400 members of the Golden Swordfish clan of the Dragon Guards were all at level 4 transcendence other than Aojian's 11 strong ones. There were 100 members of the 8-headed poison-making department who were at transcendent level 4. There were 220 dolphins, and all of them had reached transcendent level 5. There were 150 bizarre demons. The current bizarre demons could be called light spikes. This group of light spikes didn't include the bizarre demons who had followed Wang Xian previously. The 150 bizarre demons and the reserve members of the Dragon Spikes had all reached transcendent level 6. There were also 50 civil officials trained by Prime Minister Gue and 100 members in charge of the Dragon Palace. The members of the various races who had broken through the Dragon Gate had all chosen a direction of evolution to make up for the various legions of the Dragon Palace. There were a total of more than 3,500 members of the Dragon Palace. This was the full strength of the Dragon Palace. It was not strong, but it was definitely not weak. The main reason was that the Light Thorn tribe was the strongest. With 150 Light Thorns, they were able to assassinate an enemy at level 8 Extraordinary. In addition to the 20 people who had reached level 7 Extraordinary and Ao Yaozai, the strength of Wang Xian's subordinates was only slightly weaker than the Phoenix and Dragon Army. This is a new journey. We must let the Dragon Palace stand at the top of the extraordinary continent. Wang Xian was also extremely excited. We will fight for the Dragon King and the Dragon Palace to the death. The members of the Dragon Palace roared loudly. All right, Ao Yao Yao, Ao Jian, you guys lead the way. Everyone, enter the passageway. Wang Xian waved his arm and said directly. Yes. Ao Yao Yao, Ao Jian, was the first to enter the passageway. Behind him, Prime Minister Gue and the rest followed closely behind. One by one, the members of the Dragon Palace entered the passageway. In the end, Shu Qing, the girls, Xiao Yu, and the rest also entered the passageway. Move the Dragon Palace to the other end of the passageway. After everyone left, Wang Xian looked at the Dragon Palace and thought to himself, Ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering the ocean of a planet. In order to leave behind the race of the divine dragons on this planet, the system will establish a level 1 Dragon Palace to remain on Earth. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. This time, Wang Xian had left behind some foundations on Earth after entering the extraordinary mainland. Prime Minister Gue left behind a few civil servants and a few subordinates of the Dragon Palace on Earth. They taught the Water Tribe who had potential and nurtured them into strong individuals. They were continuously transported to the Dragon Palace on the extraordinary mainland. However, the system was even more considerate and left behind a level 1 Dragon Palace. Let's go. The huge Dragon Palace entered the extraordinary mainland through a passageway. A miniature version of a level 1 Dragon Palace appeared beside it. Wang Xian's body moved and entered the extraordinary mainland through the passageway. At the last moment, a gigantic object that was more than 1,000 meters long entered the passageway. Let's go. The Dragon Palace appeared out of thin air in the ocean of the extraordinary mainland. The gigantic Dragon Palace descended to the bottom of the ocean like a miracle. The Dragon Palace, with a radius of 20 kilometers, instantly attracted the attention of all the ferocious beasts and demonic beasts in the surroundings. Let's go over immediately. Wang Xian moved his body, and the members of the Dragon Palace entered the Dragon Palace in an instant. They were observing their surroundings. Boom. At this moment, the Dragon Palace suddenly trembled. The formation protecting the Dragon Palace was shattered. This is bad. A level 2 Dragon Palace can't withstand the attacks of the creatures of the extraordinary mainland. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He transformed into a divine dragon and let out a dragon's roar. Xiao Lan. Lan Qingyue immediately shouted at Xiao Lan, who was following behind. Xiao Lan's body shook and a terrifying aura spread out in the surroundings instantly. The 5 giant squid that was attacking the Dragon Palace turned into a bloody mist and entered its body after being knocked lightly by it. Ao Yao, your clan will be around to prevent other ferocious beasts from attacking. Let's go. Controlling the Dragon Palace, they flew quickly towards the base of the Dragon Palace. In fact, this was not the first time Wang Xian had come to the base of the Dragon Palace. He was no stranger to it. The Sea Mountain region was not far from the current Dragon Phoenix city. Mountain peaks stretched out from the sea, but this did not affect the migration of the Dragon Palace. On the contrary, this was the most suitable place in the vicinity. The sea here was more than 20,000 meters deep, which was close to the extraordinary mainland. There were no powerful fierce beasts or demon beasts around. However, even if it was close to the sea, a dragon palace with a circumference of 20 kilometers had traveled dozens of kilometers, which caused a huge sensation at the bottom of the sea. Fierce beasts swam over quickly. When they saw the dragon palace, their eyes were filled with greed. Some of the ferocious beasts flew towards the dragon palace recklessly and were killed by Ao Yao Yao and Ao Jian. I have to upgrade the dragon palace to level 3. Wang Xian looked at the level 2 dragon palace. The ferocious beasts from the supernatural continent could basically break through the array formation and enter the dragon palace directly. He looked at the items in his interspatial ring and smiled. It was not very difficult for the dragon palace to upgrade to level 3. The spiritual stones only required 100 million middle-grade spiritual stones, the array formation of the supernatural level, and various materials. When he was in Dragon Phoenix City, Wang Xian had collected the corpses of the ocean cultivators. The interspatial rings of the tens of thousands of soldiers were also in his hands. The items inside were sufficient to upgrade the level of the Dragon Palace. The materials required for the construction of the Dragon Palace have always been a benefit given by the system. Wang Xian was full of smiles as he looked ahead. The Sea Mountain region appeared in front of him. Buzz. Wang Xian moved the Dragon Palace to the center of the Sea Mountain region. It occupied a quarter of the entire Sea Mountain region. Boom. When the Dragon Palace landed at the bottom of the sea, it was perfectly compatible with the surrounding environment. The upgrade of the Dragon Palace requires 100 million middle-grade spirit stones and 10 extraordinary grade formations. Wang Xian looked at the requirements for the upgrade and took out the items from his interspatial ring. I found 10 extraordinary level formations. Do you want to merge them to upgrade the dragon formation? I found 10 million middle-grade spirit stones and 5 tons of extraordinary materials to upgrade the Dragon King Palace. One by one, the materials were taken out and quickly absorbed by the Dragon Palace. Ding! All the buildings in the Dragon Palace have been upgraded to level 3. The Dragon Palace has been upgraded. At this moment, the Dragon Palace began to undergo a tremendous change at the bottom of the sea, which was 20,000 meters below the sea. All the buildings were expanding at a terrifying speed. The ocean-pacifying needle, which was more than 100 meters tall, slowly became more than 500 meters tall. The Dragon King Palace, which was about 2,000 meters wide, became 5 times bigger, and the 50-meter-long dragon throne became 100 meters long. The Dragon Palace was evolving rapidly. Chapter 11:14 New Journey. Dragon Palace, Level 3. Dragon Lord, Wang Xian, Extraordinary 7th Level 5 Elemental Divine Dragon. Buildings. Dragon King Palace, Level 3, raises the Dragon King's cultivation speed and recovery speed by 2,400%. Dragon Transformation Pool, Level 3, absorbing dragon blood can give birth to a dragon seed, dragon blood. 1432. Dragon Gate, Level 3. A fish can only become a dragon after leaping through the Dragon Gate, effective against creatures below the Void Interpretation level. Ocean Pacifying Needle, Level 3, Pillar of the Dragon Palace. Set 500 kilometers of the Dragon Palace to be calm. Increase the combat strength of the members of the Dragon Palace by 300%. Dragon Cave, Level 3. With 6,000 Dragon Caves, the cultivation speed of the creatures in the Dragon Cave will be increased by 1,600%. Dragon Field, Level 3. Practice martial arts in the Dragon Field. Increase comprehension by 800%. Dragon Array, Level 3. Dragon Palace Array. Concealment, defense, gathering of spiritual energy, teleportation, detection. Spiritual items. Ancestral Tree. Level, able to return souls to creatures below transcendent level. Activate spiritual intelligence of creatures. Increases the speed of fire attribute cultivators by 200%. Attached, Dragon Transformation Pool to nurture dragon seeds. Current dragon seeds: Golden Swordfish, Thunder Shrimp, Demon Monkey, Strange Demon, Light Spike, Hydra, Dragon Turtle, Yaksha, Clam Girl, Golden Lobster. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of spiritual energy gathered toward the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace, which had only occupied a quarter of the Sea Mountain area, now completely covered the Sea Mountain area. Even on the Transcendent Continent, which was rich in spiritual energy, the upgrading of the Dragon Palace and the upgrading of the powerful buildings caused a storm within a few hundred kilometers. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered toward this direction. At this moment, the Dragon Palace was comparable to the top-notch grotto heaven paradise on the Transcendent Continent. The spiritual chi in the Dragon King Palace was 24 times that of the outside world. What kind of concept was this? 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to 24 days in the outside world. Even the Dragon Cave where the members of the Dragon Palace lived had 16 times the spiritual chi of the outside world. This terrifying enhancement was definitely a top-notch cultivation place on the Transcendent Continent. Furthermore, a Dragon Palace that had advanced to Level 3 would have a formation that could withstand the attacks of creatures below the Void Interpretation level. Under such concealment, only experts at the Void Interpretation level would be able to discover the existence of the Dragon Palace. Creatures at the Transcendence level would not be able to discover the Dragon Palace at all. Compared to a Level 2 Dragon Palace, the effect of a Level 3 Dragon Palace had doubled. Wang Xian revealed an excited expression. Prime Minister Gue and the other members of the Dragon Palace were also filled with excitement. With the improvement of the Dragon Palace, their cultivation speed would be doubled. Even if they didn't have any resources, all the members of the Dragon Palace would be able to advance to the insightful Void tier after 10 years of dedicated cultivation. After all, they possessed the bloodline of the Divine Dragon. 10 years of cultivation here was equivalent to 160 years of cultivation in the outside world. What dense spiritual energy! Oh my God! Feng Lingtian felt the spiritual energy here, and his body trembled slightly. Damn it, he had a bright future following his brother-in-law. Just by cultivating in the Dragon Palace, he was able to reach a realm that he could not imagine. This is our starting point and the beginning of a new journey for the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian floated in the sky above the Dragon Palace and looked at the Dragon Palace with a circumference of 80 kilometers. His gaze landed on the members of the Dragon Palace as he said in a deep voice, "It won't be long before our Dragon Palace will stand on this continent and become the master of this ocean." Prime Minister Gue said confidently. Prime Minister Gue, organize it. First, guarantee the safety of the area within 1,000 kilometers. Then, we will formulate a development plan. Wang Xian ordered Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head heavily and immediately organized it. They had just arrived at the extraordinary mainland, so they had to understand their surroundings and make plans for the future development of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace has changed so much that it covers an area of 80 kilometers. Even little Blue can enter the Dragon Palace. And this ocean is so deep. It's more than 20,000 meters deep. It's so shocking. The 6 girls looked around in shock, their eyes full of joy. The Dragon Palace, which had been upgraded to level 3, was even more magnificent. However, with such a large area, it seemed that there were fewer members in the Dragon Palace. The area of 80 kilometers is already bigger than Dragon Phoenix City. Moreover, Dragon Phoenix City can't be compared to my Dragon Palace at all. If Feng Luan were to see this place, I wonder if she would be extremely envious. As Wang Xian thought of this, a smile appeared on his face as he brought a few girls around. The Dragon Palace enveloped over 1,000 mountain peaks. Under the modification of the system, these mountain peaks turned into dragon caves directly. The dragon field was divided into 2 regions, which could accommodate more than 100,000 people cultivating at the same time. The entire Dragon Palace was like a miracle. Wang Xian could guarantee that even the imperial capitals of the empires were not as magnificent as the Dragon Palace. They were also not as powerful as the Dragon Palace. Buzz. Suddenly, the sky above the Dragon Palace shook and an image came from afar. It was a creature that was emitting a green glow. He looked very similar to a human, but the difference was that he had 2 green horns on his head. He had a pair of mystical green eyes. There were 3 red dots connected to each other in his eyes. He looked extremely mystical. His body size was similar to that of a human. His arms were much longer than a human's. They were extremely slender and were covered in green scales. This is the effect of the detection formation after the upgrade of the Dragon Palace. It can detect any threatening creatures within a 50-kilometer radius of the Dragon Palace. This creature that is similar to a human should be a type of demonic beast. Furthermore, it should be in existence at the insightful void tier. Wang Xian had a solemn expression on his face. This green humanoid creature had a bow on its back and was extremely agile. His eyes were looking in the direction of the Dragon Palace in disbelief. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, more than 300 similar creatures appeared in the scouting of the Dragon Palace. One could clearly see the difference between men and women. If not for the color of their bodies, the horns on their heads, and their slender arms, they were almost the same as humans. This is a group of demonic beasts. Their strength is not weak, and they have an existence at the void interpretation level. They have discovered the Dragon Palace. They might not be friendly. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. Dragon King, there's an invasion. All the members of the Dragon Palace are ready to fight. The enemy might have an expert at the void interpretation level. However, we have Xiao Lan and Ao Yao. With the enhancement of the Dragon Palace, we can deal with the enemy. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue flew over and reported to Wang Xian hurriedly. Let's go out. Let's see what the enemy wants to do first. Once they show any hostility, leave no one alive. Wang Xian nodded and flew toward the west gate. At this moment, under the detection of the array formation of the Dragon Palace, the first demonic beast that arrived was standing on the ground. He crouched on the ground carefully and looked at the majestic underwater city in shock. Behind him, the clansmen carefully laid on the ground and moved forward without making a sound. Chapter 11:15. Eye of the Wind, Arrow of the Wind. Dragon King, this should be a race of demonic beasts. Furthermore, they are not weak. At the west gate of the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian looked ahead. Behind him, a group of members of the Dragon Palace followed behind him. Other than the leaders of the strange demon clan and Prime Minister Gue, most of the subordinates of the Dragon Palace had the strength of a level 5 extraordinary being. With the divine dragon bloodline, they were able to unleash the combat strength of level 6 extraordinary. With the enhancement of the array formation of the Dragon Palace, their strength could be tripled, and they could unleash the strength of level 7 extraordinary. With over 3,000 warriors of the Dragon Palace, in addition to Xiao Lan's strength, the strength of the Dragon Palace could be considered a powerful race of demonic beasts at the bottom of the sea. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at the group of demonic beasts that were carefully sneaking over. Get ready to welcome them. Wang Xian walked out slowly and stared ahead. Hide in the surroundings. Prime Minister Gue waved his hand at the group of members of the Dragon Palace behind him and ordered. Yes. Aoqi Tian, Aoqi, and Aojian immediately led their subordinates and hid behind the surrounding mountains. The strange monster clan immediately disappeared. Under the detection of the array formation, 300 green figures with longbows on their backs slowly approached. The figure at the front looked around vigilantly. A huge building suddenly appeared at the bottom of the sea. Even if he was a profound void-tier creature, he was still extremely fearful. What kind of power could directly build a group of buildings at the bottom of the sea? Such a vast amount of spiritual energy is gathering here. This must be a paradise. If we can cultivate here, our Windeye clan will definitely be able to improve quickly. The green eyes of the figure at the front flickered as he looked at the sky, flickering with an unknown luster. Oh my God, what a magnificent building. What's that pillar? It's emitting golden light. It's too terrifying. How could such a majestic underwater city appear out of thin air? At the back, all the creatures of the Windeye clan were staring at this place in shock with green light flashing in their eyes. Although their strength had not reached the profound void tier, their powerful ocular arts allowed them to see through the formation. Looking at the golden ocean pacifying divine needle that was hundreds of meters tall in front of them, their faces were filled with shock. We've been discovered. When the creature at the front saw Prime Minister Wang Xiangue and the rest who were standing in front of the west gate of the Dragon Gate, he was slightly shocked. Oh, they saw us from a distance of 10 kilometers. It seems that this demonic beast race also possesses ocular skills. Wang Xian and the demonic beast looked at each other. He could tell that the other party had already seen him. May I know why all of you have come to my dragon palace? Wang Xian asked the creature in a deep voice. The creature that was lying on the ground hesitated for a moment before standing up. The group of people from the Windeye clan behind him also stood up when they saw Wang Xian. They frowned and looked ahead. Leader, an aged creature from the Windeye clan walked forward. He looked at the leader at the front and said, Let's go and take a look. This underwater city that suddenly appeared is too close to our lair. We have to know if it's a friend or foe. The creature standing at the front had a thoughtful look on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he walked towards the front. The group of people following behind did not hesitate at all. They followed behind and walked towards the direction of the Dragon Palace. The group of creatures from the Windeye clan at the back took down the longbow on their back. They scanned their surroundings vigilantly. Looking at the Windeye clan who was walking towards the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian sized them up from head to toe. A demon beast at the Void Interpretation level should be at the first level of the Void Interpretation level. There were 3 to 4 half-step Void Interpretation level demon beasts. More than a dozen of them were at Transcendent level 9, and the rest of them were all at least at Transcendent level 6. The closer they got, the more shocked the people from the Phoenix Eye clan were. The leader who was walking at the front was also sizing up Prime Minister Wang Xiangue and the rest. His eyes were filled with astonishment. We are the Windeye Demon Beast clan. We are located more than 100 kilometers away from here. Just now, we sensed a large amount of spiritual energy gathering here. We are here to investigate. What is your race? The leader of the Windeye clan stared at Prime Minister Wang Xiangue and the rest cautiously. Then, he stopped 3 kilometers away. The people of the Windeye clan behind him looked around. The Windeye Demon Beast clan? Wang Xian looked at them with a twinkle in his eyes. We are from the Ocean Dragon clan. This will be our territory in the future. I wonder if you are interested in joining our dragon clan. Prime Minister Gue was carrying a turtle shell on his back. He sized them up and narrowed his eyes slightly. Prime Minister Gue's words made the leader of the Windeye clan alert. He looked at Prime Minister Gue and then at Wang Xian. Dragon Palace? What does it have to do with the Dragon Clan and the Sea of Dragons? He asked them with a twinkle in his eyes. It doesn't matter. I wonder if your Wind-Eye clan is interested in joining our Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue said as he took 2 steps forward slowly. He looked at Wang Xian and said, "This is the Dragon King of our Dragon Palace. If you join the Dragon Palace, you will become citizens of the Dragon Palace and live in the Dragon Palace. Our Dragon Palace is a huge paradise. Cultivating in it is many times better than cultivating in the outside world." Prime Minister Gue said slowly as the turtle shell on his back shimmered. "I'm not interested." The leader of the Wind-Eye clan shook his head slowly. "Then, do you guys want to be our guests?" Prime Minister Gue invited them with a smile on his face. "No need. We are just here to take a look." The leader of the Wind-Eye clan shook his head warily. Wang Xian looked at Prime Minister Gue beside him and smiled. This Prime Minister Gue was really cunning. It was obvious that he wanted to subdue the Wind-Eye clan. At the very least, he wanted to keep them here. Survival at the bottom of the sea. The strong preyed on the weak. If the Dragon Palace wanted to develop rapidly, the only way was to kill and subdue the ferocious beasts. There was no other way. On the way to the throne, there was no mercy. There was only fighting. "Everyone, since you are here, don't leave this place for unnecessary trouble." The turtle shell on Prime Minister Turtle's back trembled slightly. The Demon War Division, Thunder Division, and Golden Swordfish Clan, who were hiding behind the surrounding mountains, were all standing on the mountains. Roar! A soft sound was heard. At the position of the Dragon Gate, Xiaolan, which was more than 1,000 meters in size, swam out slowly and hovered above Wang Xian and the rest. Her 2 eyes were bigger than a house. Her gray eyes were staring at everyone from the Wind-Eye tribe. Hiss! What giant beast is this? 3 kilometers away, the expressions of the creatures from the Wind-Eye tribe changed drastically. Just the visual impact of the giant beast, which was more than 1,000 meters in size, shocked them greatly. The expression of the Wind-Eyed race's leader also changed slightly. His eyes revealed a cold expression. "You are even more cunning than humans." Chapter 11:16. Submitted. The weak are prey to the strong, and the strong are the kings. Prime Minister Gue heard his words and said indifferently without any expression, "If you are stronger than us, we are willing to submit to you and give this place to you." Prime Minister Gui continued with a genial expression. "If you feel that you are weaker than us, then join us. Don't worry. In our Dragon Palace, we will help you to improve your strength and your bloodline. Submitting to us is definitely the best choice for your Wind-Eye clan." Wang Xian looked at Prime Minister Gue's expression and felt a little impressed. If Prime Minister Gue wasn't too hot-tempered, he wouldn't be as arrogant as if he would die if he didn't submit. He wouldn't be the slightest bit weak either. This head butler of the Dragon Palace did a good job. He was indeed a talent who was well-versed in all the history and literature on Earth. If Prime Minister Gue didn't use him 100%, Wang Xian wouldn't even dare to use such a person. Who knows when he would take you down? He was too awesome. HMPH, you guys don't have the ability to make us submit to you. The leader of the Wind-Eye clan revealed an angry expression. With a move of his arm, the longbow on his back appeared in his hand. "Eye of the wind, arrow of the wind." He shouted softly and pulled his arm. A green arrow flashed with a green glow and shot towards Xiaolan in an instant. The terrifying arrow shot towards Blue's eyes. Blue saw the terrifying arrow and slowly closed its eyes. Gray energy flickered around its body as the gray energy gathered towards its eyelids. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, but the shockwave from the explosion was completely blocked by the gray energy on Blue's body. If it wasn't for its resistance, the aftershock alone would have affected a radius of 1,000 meters. What a terrifying attack! It's much stronger than the leader of the blood barbaric demonic beast. Wang Xian revealed a surprised expression, and his pupils contracted slightly. Clap, clap, clap. This leader is very strong. Speaking of which, he's much stronger than me. Prime Minister Gue saw the attack of the leader of the Wind-Eye clan and clapped with a smile on his face. Humph, let me tell you, the Wind-Eye clan will not join your Dragon Palace, and you can forget about forcing us to join. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The leader of the Wind-Eye clan narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw that the giant beast was not injured at all. Then, he said with a cold face, "There are only benefits and no disadvantages for you to join our dragon palace." Prime Minister Gue was full of smiles. Then, he looked at the people behind the leader of the Wind-Eye clan and said with a smile, "Let's do it." The moment he finished his words, bang, 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 the sound of blows came from the back. "Not good. Watch your back. Watch out." The faces of the entire Wind-Eye clan changed dramatically as they shouted, "What is it?" However, when the group of Wind-Eye clan's clansmen turned their heads to look, their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, there were already over 100 clansmen lying on the ground. Their bodies fell straight to the ground. They only saw a flash of white spots. In the end, over 100 clansmen were killed in an instant. "You dare to kill my clansmen?" The leader of the Wind-Eye clan turned his gaze over. Streaks of blood appeared in his eyes as he furiously roared, "Leader, leader, they are not dead. They are just unconscious." A member of the Wind-Eye clan hurriedly walked over to check and said, "What? They are not dead?" The leader of the Wind-Eye clan let out a sigh of relief. "Yes, they are not dead. However, we can kill them easily. Our Dragon Palace sincerely invites all of you to join us." Prime Minister Gue's voice came through, and he said with a smile. The leader of the Wind-Eye clan looked extremely embarrassed. This was a blatant threat? What if I don't agree? The leader of the Wind-Eye clan asked with a dark face. "The strong prey on the weak, right?" Prime Minister Gue said with a smile. It was just the law of the jungle. He understood this principle. The strong prey on the weak. This was the survival rule of demon beasts, fierce beasts, and even humans, and even the entire transcendental continent. When the weak were killed, no one sympathized, because the strong wanted to develop. Feng Yin was slightly silent. He looked at his subordinates lying on the ground, his expression extremely unsightly. Just now, his gaze swept the surroundings, and he could see many spots of light hidden there. There were more than 100 of them. He could see the hidden demon beast race, but his clansmen, whose strength had not reached the profound void realm, could not discover them at all. At this moment, the group of light spots had already disappeared, and no one knew where they were hiding. This made him, who had an eye technique, extremely solemn. If he didn't submit, then the strong would prey on the weak. To put it simply, he wanted to attack them. He didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to escape. This sudden appearance of the Dragon Palace was too mysterious. As for his clansmen, he was certain that they wouldn't be able to escape the assassination of the white spots. "We are not slaves to join you." The leader of the Wind-Eye clan took a deep breath and said with an embarrassed expression, "We will not let a demon beast clan with a profound void martial artist become a slave. If you join the Dragon Palace, you will be the leader of the Wind Arrow Division of the Dragon Palace. Your position will be second only to Prime Minister Gue." At this moment, Wang Xian spoke directly. The leader of the Wind-Eye clan looked at Wang Xian deeply. He gritted his sharp teeth and nodded his head heavily. "All right, our Wind-Eye clan agrees. It's one thing for you to agree. You still need to pass through the Dragon Gate. Only by passing through the Dragon Gate will you be qualified to become a member of our Dragon Palace." Prime Minister Gue smiled and pointed at the Dragon Gate behind him. "It's just an entrance. What's so difficult about passing through it?" The leader of the Wind-Eye clan had a solemn expression. "Take it." Wang Xian flicked his finger, and a drop of blood that was emitting a golden glow flew in front of the leader of the Wind-Eye clan. Looking at this drop of blood, he was shocked. What kind of blood is this? How can it possess such pure energy and a vast will? "You'll know once you take it. Remember, don't resist," Wang Xian said solemnly. The leader of the Wind-Eye clan showed hesitation on his face. In the end, he swallowed it directly. Instantly, the vast will wanted to enter his mind. "Don't resist. It won't hurt you at all." Wang Xian's voice rang out again, causing the leader of the Wind-Eye clan to have a drastic change in expression. He could sense the terrifying bloodline contained in the blood, but he could also sense the will contained in the blood. Consuming it would bring unimaginable benefits to his bloodline, but he would have to pay a price. Consume it. It's a demon beast at the insightful void level. If he is unwilling, we can't subdue it at all. Wang Xian stared at the leader of the Wind-Eye clan. After a full minute, a smile finally appeared on Wang Xian's face. Chapter 11:17 Star Moon Kingdom's Counterattack. Leader of the Wind-Eye clan, Mao Zixin pays his respects to the Dragon King. I swear to follow the Dragon King to the death. In front of the Dragon Palace, the leader of the Wind-Eye clan, a powerhouse at the first level of the see-through void stage, flew directly to Wang Xian's side and bowed respectfully to him. Mao Zixin, you guys have your own surnames? Wang Xian looked at Mao Zixin with a hint of surprise on his face. Yes, Dragon King. Our Wind-Eye clan once entered human society and lived with humans for a period of time. However, we were betrayed by humans, so we returned to the ocean once again. Mao Zixin replied respectfully. Wang Xian nodded. It was not unusual for demonic beasts to live together with humans. Looking at the first expert of the Dragon Palace who was at the profound void tier, Wang Xian was very satisfied. He had just arrived at the Transcendence continent, but he had already subdued an expert of the profound void tier. This was great news. Moreover, with the addition of the Wind-Eye clan, the Dragon Palace's strength would be much stronger. How many people are there in the Wind-Eye clan? Wang Xian asked directly. Reporting to the Dragon King, there are a total of 430 people in the Wind-Eye clan. The people who came with me are the main force of the Wind-Eye clan. Mao Zixin replied respectfully. Call all your clansmen over and break through the Dragon Gate. Wang Xian gave him an order. After breaking through the Dragon Gate, they would officially become members of the Dragon Palace. Only then could they enter the Dragon Palace to cultivate. It's the Dragon King. Mao Zixin nodded. He looked behind and roared. His clansmen immediately flew over. Mao Zixin didn't pay much attention to Wang Xian at the beginning. From his senses, Wang Xian's strength had yet to reach the insightful void realm. He was willing to join the Dragon Palace because of Prime Minister Gui's threat. However, after consuming Wang Xian's bloodline, his vast will allowed him to consume Wang Xian 100%. Even his will was 100% obedient. Come and pay your respects to the Dragon King, Mao Zixin said directly to his clansmen. The members of the Wind-Eye clan were a little surprised by their leader's performance. However, they were 100% obedient when their leader gave the order. The Demon Beast clan was different from humans. The suppression of the Demon Beast bloodline was very great. The leader had the greatest authority in a clan. Although some demon beasts had learned the human etiquette, there was one thing that had not changed. The strong were king. Once a demon beast's strength had reached the first level of the see-through void tier, they could challenge the leader. After defeating the leader, they could become the king of the clan. It was slightly different from the human race. Greetings, Dragon King. The members of the Wind-Eye race knelt in front of Wang Xian respectfully. Kiki, it seems like the poison we refined is quite effective. Ba Qi, who was at the side, looked satisfied when he saw the more than 100 members of the Wind-Eye race behind him. Their faces were pale, and they looked a little drowsy. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Get up. Do you see the Dragon Gate behind us? Charge through it. It's the Dragon King. They looked at their leader and nodded immediately. Then, they moved and flew towards the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate was 2,000 meters wide and over 300 meters tall. It looked very impressive. However, all the members of the Wind-Eye clan didn't take it seriously. They rushed towards the Dragon Gate. However, when they came to the side of the Dragon Gate, they felt a strong attraction and repulsive force. They suddenly had a feeling that as long as they passed through, it would be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. However, they found it extremely difficult to pass through. The members of the Wind-Eye clan who looked down on them looked a little embarrassed. Soon, their eyes began to burn. They had a strong desire in their hearts to rush over. They had to rush over. Come with us. I will teach you the cultivation method later. Wang Xian said to Mao Zedong and brought him into the Dragon Palace. Mao Zedong followed behind Wang Xian and entered the Dragon Palace. Immediately, he felt a terrifying spiritual energy entering his body. A shocked expression appeared on his face as he stared at the magnificent buildings with his mouth agape. Even though he was a powerhouse at the dimension-sundering realm, this was the first time he had experienced such a powerful paradise. Joining the Dragon Palace and becoming the Dragon King's subordinate is indeed the best choice. His eyes were burning with passion. Prime Minister Gue is in charge of the operation of the entire Dragon Palace. When I'm not around, listen to his arrangements. It's the Dragon King, Wang Xian said to him. Mao Zedong nodded his head heavily. Are your clan good at archery? Do you have eye bloodline techniques? Prime Minister Gue asked from the side. That's right. Our wind-eyed demon beast clan has eye bloodline techniques. It can increase our vision by 5 times and allow us to see the flow of the wind clearly. We are best at archery. The supernatural ability that we have awakened is also beneficial to archery. In the Transcendence continent, our wind-eyed archery can be ranked among the top in the Transcendence continent. Mao Zedong said confidently. Archery skills. Not bad. What our Dragon Palace lacks at the moment is long-range attacks. Archers are very important in both attacking and defending the city. Wang Xian nodded his head. Archers were like snipers. Naturally, there was no need to mention the usefulness of a sniper on the battlefield. After practicing the Divine Wind Dragon transformation, the wind-eyed demonic beasts would become even more terrifying. I'm in. Oh my god. Is this the Dragon Palace? What terrifying spiritual energy. Thank you, Dragon King. I've leaped through the Dragon Gate and possess the potential to become a divine dragon. I can't feel the upper limit of my bloodline. Haha, this is great. This is great. The excited voices of the wind-eyed demonic beasts could be heard from behind. Wang Xian also revealed a happy smile. The Wind-Eye clan could be considered to have been lured in by Prime Minister Gue's coaxing and threats. In addition to the mysteriousness and intimidation of the Dragon Palace, Mu Zixin had consumed his bloodline. However, this was also a great opportunity for them. In the next few days, apart from attracting the Wind-Eye Demon Beast clan, the migration of the Dragon Palace did not cause too much of a commotion. What made Wang Xian happy was that not only did he manage to subdue the Wind-Eyed Demon Beasts, he also obtained all the treasures of the Wind-Eyed Demon Beasts. There were not many precious treasures, but there was one that made Wang Xian's eyes burn with passion. The bloodline of the Wind-Eyed Demon Beasts. Currently, this bloodline was completely useless to the Wind-Eyed Demon Beasts. However, to Wang Xian, this was a priceless treasure. Buzz. Just as Wang Xian was busy dealing with the matters of the Dragon Palace for the past 2 days, a message suddenly came from the communication stone plate. After reading this message, Wang Xian's elated mood turned cold. Zhang Fengying's family was wiped out. Now, she was the only one who escaped. Her younger brother, her uncle, and her other relatives were all wiped out by the Ocean Cultivator army. Apart from her information, there was also information about Fenghuan. Star Moon Kingdom began to counterattack. A kingdom's insightful emptiness realm expert was killed, and a town was occupied. Star Moon Kingdom couldn't just ignore this. Chapter 11-18 Situation. They actually wiped out the Zhang family just because of my relationship with Zhang Fengying? Wang Xian's face was gloomy and extremely embarrassed. Wang Xian had met Zhang Fengying's nephew and her niece, Zhang Etian. Especially Zhang Etian, the leader of the Amethyst mercenary group of the Demon Hunters Academy. She was a very tall and beautiful girl. He didn't expect the ocean cultivators to be so ruthless. He also didn't expect the Eastern Sea City to be so ruthless. They wanted to kill all of them just because of a little relationship. Now, Zhang Fengying had escaped to Dragon and Phoenix City. Wang Xian clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with flames of anger. Xiao Xian, what happened? The 6 girls at the side saw Wang Xian's angry look and asked hurriedly. A family was wiped out because of me. Only one person managed to escape. Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, Are we going out? Guan Shuqing looked at Wang Xian and asked in a deep voice. Yes, we are going out. Come with me. We can go and see Feng Wan. Wang Xian looked at the few girls and said, All right, we want to go to the Transcendence continent to take a look. The few girls nodded immediately. They had not gone out in the past few days since they came to the Transcendence continent. I won't go, Xiao Xian. Lan Xingyue suddenly said. Have you decided? Wang Xian looked at her and asked seriously. I've decided. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. Moreover, I'm basically in the ocean. Unless, one day, Xiao Lan can block the sky, we will only appear in the starry sky of the Transcendence continent. Lan Xingyue revealed a smile. A fighting spirit flashed in her eyes. We won't be in any danger. Moreover, I have a piece of soul-returning wood with me. Even if something really happens, I believe that you will come looking for me. However, such a probability is almost non-existent. All right. Wang Xian walked over and hugged her. Don't worry, Xiao Xian. As the last legacy of the ancient god race and the owner of the ancient god's Kuan rearing plant, I will become a powerhouse in no time. I will come back when the time comes. I will be back very soon. Lan Qingyue's eyes were slightly red as she lay in Wang Xian's embrace. Sister Qingyue, we'll miss you. Guan Shuqing and the other girls hugged her. With the communication stone plate, we can communicate frequently. Don't worry, I'll leave Xiao Xian to you guys. Don't let him drift away. Don't worry, Qingyue. If he dares to drift away, we'll take care of him. Okay, I'm leaving. Little Xian, Shu Qing, Yin Xian, Qing Lan, Agaya, Ling Xiao. After saying her goodbyes, Lan Qingyue moved and stood on Little Blue's body, swimming toward the depths of the vast ocean. Wretch! A special sound came from Little Blue's mouth, echoing within a radius of 100 li. Lan Qingyue stood on Little Blue's head and looked at the incomparably deep ocean. After inheriting the heritage of the ancient god race, the last bloodline of her ancient god race would be able to reproduce the divine power of the ancient god race. When the voice of the Kuan resounded across the supernatural continent, it was the time for everyone to submit to her. Lan Qingyue's departure caused Wang Xian's bad mood to sink once again. Let's go. Let's go to Dragon and Phoenix City. Wang Xian took a deep breath and said to the few girls. All right, little Xian. The 5 girls nodded. After the 5 of them had consumed a large number of elixirs, the weakest one among them was at level 5 of the extraordinaire. The strongest one was Sun Lingxiao. Her cultivation had reached level 7 of the extraordinaire and was the strongest among the girls. She had a light physique to begin with, and her cultivation speed was about 10 times that of the members of the Dragon Palace. Coupled with the enhancement of the array formation of the Dragon Palace, her cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. Wang Xian relied on the consumption of various elixirs and water tribe to improve rapidly. On the other hand, she only consumed a portion of the elixirs while the rest relied on her own cultivation. It was extremely perverse. Everyone flew out of the Dragon Palace. Ao Jian led his 10 subordinates to follow beside him while Ao Jian and the rest hid in the surroundings. Now that the Dragon Palace was on the right track, they were scouting out the ferocious and demonic beast races within a radius of 100 miles. They were preparing to devour them bit by bit. With Mao Zesen, an existence at the insightful void level, their future development would be much smoother. When Wang Xian flew out of the ocean, he immediately sensed the gazes hidden in the surroundings. Wang Xian swept his gaze over, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. There are so many spies. They should be investigating the matter of Dragon and Phoenix City. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The name of Shanghai Town had been changed to Dragon and Phoenix City. Furthermore, someone had established the Dragon and Phoenix Empire here. The general of the Ocean Cultivator Army had been killed here. These matters could not be concealed. When news of Donghai City came, it caused a huge commotion. The city lord, Lei Feihu, was filled with shock. He immediately reported this matter to the king. When Starmoon Kingdom received this news, they were also filled with shock. A general had been beheaded, a town had been taken over, and a dynasty had been established. This was simply going against Starmoon Kingdom. However, they didn't make a move before they had a clear understanding of their opponent's strength. This caused the surroundings of Dragon Phoenix City to be filled with spies from Starmoon Kingdom. A town had been seized, and a general had been killed. This matter couldn't be resolved so easily. A war was inevitable. A bunch of damned fellows. Wang Xian thought of Zhang Fengying's family, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. Kill all the spies of Starmoon Kingdom. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao's voice was heard and immediately disappeared from the surroundings. Wang Xian had arrived in Dragon Phoenix City for more than half a month. The city walls of Shanghai town had already been demolished. Dragon Phoenix City needed to be expanded. As the future imperial city, the future imperial capital, Fengluan was preparing to expand it wantonly. One could see hundreds of thousands of people transporting stone materials. With the protection of the formation, it didn't matter whether the city walls were there or not. Sir Wang. Hello, Sir Wang. Wang Xian had just flown to the side of Dragon Phoenix City when he heard respectful voices. They looked at Wang Xian and then looked at Guan Shuqing and the rest who were beside Wang Xian. Their faces were filled with curiosity. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head with a smile. His gaze swept across the surroundings. As expected of the Empress, everything is in perfect order. Wang Xian praised in his heart. He flew directly to the location of the mayor's residence. In the future, it would be the Royal Palace and the Imperial Palace. Flying was prohibited in Dragon Phoenix City, even for the city guards. However, to others, Wang Xian was an exception. Even the leader of the city guards, Yin Wanshan, who was at level 2 of the see-through void stage, would not say anything. After all, this young man was a very special case in their eyes. His status could not even be compared to the loyal old servant of the Empress. Furthermore, this city was a gift from him to the Empress. Feng, Sister Feng, Wang Xian, Guan Shuqing, and the rest shouted as they landed in the city lord's mansion. The few girls' voices were filled with joy. Chapter 11:19. Feng Luan's Predicament. In the hall of the city lord's mansion, Feng Luan sat in the center. Beside her was the dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Yu Qingzi, the leader of the Dragon and Phoenix City Guards, Yin Wanshan, and the commander of the Dragon and Phoenix Army, Meng Hong. Jin Xinyuan sat on the left and right respectively. Jin Xinyuan was also the mayor of Holy See Town, and his strength was at rank 9. More importantly, the boldness that Jin Xinyuan displayed during the siege of the demon beasts had won the hearts of the people. Now, Jin Xinyuan's position was the city lord of Dragon Phoenix City. Although there were still Feng Luan and 3 insightful Void Realm experts above the city lord, Jin Xinyuan also knew that if the Dragon Phoenix dynasty really became powerful in the future, he would be the city lord of the Imperial City. He would also be the founding minister of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Feng Luan, who was discussing the matter of Dragon Phoenix City in the hall, relaxed when she heard the voice from outside. She smiled and walked out. The 4 people in the hall looked at each other and knew who it was. Only that young man could make their queen let go of all her worries. Shu Qing, Ling Xiu, Yin Xian, Ajaya, Qinglan. Feng Luan walked out of the hall and saw Guan Shuqing and the others. She smiled and went up to them. Sister Feng Luan. Guan Shuqing saw her walk out and walked over with an intimate expression. She gave her a hug. Among the group of girls, Guan Shuqing and Feng Luan had the best relationship and were also the most intimate. Shuqing, I didn't expect you guys to come so soon. Feng Luan grabbed her arm with a face full of affection and sized her up from top to bottom. Where's Qing Yue? Feng Luan chatted with them warmly one by one, and suddenly found that Lan Qingyue was not here, so she asked curiously. Sister Qingyue took Xiao Lan to explore the world alone. Guan Shuqing explained to her. Is that so? Feng Luan nodded her head slowly. Among Wang Xian's women, none of them were simple. However, the most mysterious one was Lan Qingyue. Even she could not see Lan Qingyue's potential clearly. Her weak strength gave her a terrifying sense of threat. Sister Feng Luan, we brought you many delicious things and beautiful clothes. A few girls took out some gifts from Earth and said to her happily, Thank you, sisters. Let's go to my room. Feng Luan nodded. She didn't have the demeanor of a great empress, but was more like an ordinary woman. All right, Miss Zhang Fengying is in Jin Liuyan's courtyard. You should go and see her. Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian and said suddenly, Okay. Wang Xian nodded. You guys catch up first. I'll go and take a look. Zhang Fengying? Seeing Wang Xian leave in a hurry, Guan Shuqing and the other girls raised their eyebrows and looked at Feng Luan. Sister Feng, who is Zhang Fengying? A very beautiful woman with a very hot figure. Feng Luan said directly. What? She has a hot figure like Sister Ajaya? Guan Shuqing screamed immediately. Her figure is even hotter than Sister Ajaya's. What's the relationship between Xiaoxian and her? I don't know. When I met Wang Xian, he already knew that beautiful woman. Moreover, their relationship was pretty good. This time, because of Wang Xian, their family was exterminated by the people of Donghai City. I knew that he wouldn't change. Pervert. This pervert. Shuqing, what you said is wrong. You even scolded us like shit. However, Xiaoxian is the same as a pervert. We'll talk about it when he comes back. Sister Feng Luan, let's go. Tell us, what have you been doing for the past 3 years? Wang Xian walked out and heard the angry voices of the girls behind him. He shook his head bitterly. When he arrived at Jin Liuyan's courtyard, he knocked on the door. You're here. Wang Xian, you're here. You're here to see? Jin Liuyan's voice was heard. When she opened the door and saw Wang Xian, her eyes lit up and she asked, is he inside? Wang Xian nodded his head. He's sitting there. Jin Liuyan pointed at Zhang Fengying, who was sitting in front of the pool in the courtyard, and sighed slightly. She sat there and looked at the small pool in front of her with empty eyes. Compared to when they parted, she looked much more haggard. The aura of a strong woman had completely disappeared, revealing a sense of weakness. I'm sorry, I've implicated your Zhang family. Wang Xian walked over and said slowly. No, it's not your fault. All of a sudden, Zhang Fengying turned around when she saw Wang Xian. She sat on the bench and hugged Wang Xian's body. She couldn't help but cry. Ever since she found out that her family was destroyed, she was in a trance. Her family was destroyed, and she lost all her family members. Now that she saw Wang Xian, whom she knew, she couldn't help but cry. I will avenge your family members. I promise, we will kill them all. Wang Xian's hands landed gently on her back and patted her gently. Phew, I'm sorry. I need to calm down. Zhang Fengying, who had been sobbing for a few minutes, suddenly stood up and wiped the tears from her eyes. She took a deep breath and walked straight into the room. Fengying, Wang Xian stretched out his hand but didn't know how to console her. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. If there's anything I can do, tell me. Wang Xian hesitated for more than 10 minutes before walking to the door and speaking to her. However, Zhang Fengying did not respond. Wang Xian was helpless and stayed outside the door for more than 2 hours. I'm staying in the mayor's residence next door. If there's anything you need, come and look for me. I'll look for you tomorrow. The sky gradually turned dark. After saying that, Wang Xian walked out. Jin Liuyan watched from the side and didn't say anything. What? Sister Feng Luan, we don't have to be afraid. Come back to the Dragon Palace with us and cultivate for 1 to 2 years. We will definitely beat them up. When Wang Xian arrived at the mayor's residence, he heard Guan Shuqing's voice coming from inside. It's not as simple as you think. The king of Star Moon Kingdom has already broken through to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. The king of Star Moon Kingdom has broken through to the 4th level. There was a mistake earlier and it has been revised. The stronger we act, the more they will be afraid of us. Feng Luan shook her head and said to them, "Did you run into any trouble?" At this moment, Wang Xian pushed open the door and entered. He asked Feng Luan, "According to the information we received, the general and deputy general of the Star Moon Army have already led the Star Moon Army into East Sea City. They are accompanied by a deputy sect leader of the Sky Moon sect." Feng Luan did not hide anything when she saw Wang Xian enter. Star Moon Army? Sky Moon sect? Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan in confusion and asked her. The Star Moon Army is the strongest army in the Star Moon Kingdom. The leader is the younger brother of the current king, a level 3 see-through void martial artist. The Sky Moon sect is a sect in the Star Moon Kingdom. The deputy sect leader has the strength of a level 2 see-through void martial artist. Feng Luan explained to Wang Xian. Chapter 11:20. The army had arrived. On the transcendental continent, not only were there powerful kingdoms and empires, but there were also powerful sects, divine sects, and divine sects. The Heavenly Moon sect was a powerful sect within the territory of Star Moon Kingdom. The sect was located on the Heavenly Moon Island next to Star Moon Kingdom, and there were 4 to 5 experts at the Profound Void tier within the sect. The sect master of the sect had the strength of a 3rd-level Profound Void tier expert. In the past, although the Heavenly Moon sect was located within the Star Moon Kingdom, because it was located on an island, the Star Moon Kingdom wasn't able to restrict it at all. Because the Star Moon Kingdom was afraid of the strength of the sect master of the Heavenly Moon sect, the two sides had always treated each other as equals. The Heavenly Moon sect had over 20,000 disciples, and most of them were talented disciples recruited from the Star Moon Kingdom's major cities. However, now that the Star Moon Kingdom's king had broken through, it was obvious that he had suppressed the entire Heavenly Moon sect. The vice commander of the Star Moon Army also has the strength of a level 2 Profound Void martial artist, and in addition to the East Sea City City Lord, a level 1 Profound Void martial artist. However, as far as I know, these people are definitely not the only ones who have arrived. Feng Luan said as she slightly frowned. Currently, in Dragon Phoenix City, there were only 4 Profound Void martial artists in addition to her. However, she could not make a move because she wanted to act as a deterrent. Generals versus generals, kings versus kings. If even a king like her came out to fight, her strength would be exposed instantly. Star Moon Kingdom would also understand that the strongest person in this Dragon Phoenix Kingdom was a powerhouse at level 3 of the Insightful Void level. If that was the case, the king of Star Moon Kingdom might fly over directly and destroy this place. Have you thought of a solution? Wang Xian looked at her frowning face and asked worriedly. We still don't know the strength of our opponents. Star Moon Kingdom doesn't know our full strength either, so they will come over to test us. War against war. War against generals. If Star Moon Kingdom has a crushing victory, Star Moon Kingdom will basically be able to test out the strength of Dragon and Phoenix City. Feng Luan spoke one by one. Although Holy Sea Town was only a town, it was not that easy to take it down. If he had chosen East Sea City back then, all the top-notch experts of Star Moon Kingdom would have gathered here by now. There was still room for maneuver after taking down a town. Will the strength of the Star Moon Army be stronger than your subordinates? Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan. Her army of more than 1,000 people was at least a level 7 supernatural realm expert. Although there were fewer people in this army, it was definitely very terrifying. Unless all the elite forces of the Star Moon Kingdom are mobilized, there really aren't any experts with the strength of the Dragon and Phoenix Army. A smile appeared on Feng Luan's face. She was very proud of building a powerful army within 2 years. One had to know that a rank 7 Transcendent expert could build a pretty good family in a town. A rank 9 Transcendent expert would be a peak expert in East Sea City. We'll deal with it when the time comes. Feng Luan shook her head and looked at Guan Shuqing and the others. Sisters, Dragon Phoenix City is still under construction. There's nothing fun about it, but I can bring you to try the delicacies here. Sure, we haven't tried the dishes here yet. The few girls nodded their heads excitedly. Oh right, Xiao Xian, what's up with that beauty? Zhang Fengying. Ajaya suddenly asked Wang Xian. She really wanted to see what that beauty who was even more popular than her looked like. This? Wang Xian revealed a bitter expression and told her everything helplessly. A few girls glared at him but didn't say anything. They walked out together with Feng Luan. Feng Luan changed her appearance so that the citizens of Dragon Phoenix City wouldn't be able to recognize her. After staying in Dragon Phoenix City for 2 days in a row, Wang Xian accompanied Shu Qing and the rest out for a stroll during the day. In the afternoon, he went to visit Zhang Fengying and felt a lot more relaxed. Reporting to your majesty, there's news from the front. There's a large group of people heading towards our Dragon Phoenix City. On the morning of the third day, Jane Xinyuan anxiously came to the hall and reported loudly. Are they here? Feng Luan directly stood up with a solemn expression on her face. Have you estimated the strength of the other party? Feng Luan directly walked toward the east gate and said with a gloomy face and cold eyes, the flag of the Star Moon Army has a total of 10,000 people. There are also over 10,000 people in East Sea City, a total of 20,000 people. We don't know exactly how many experts there are, but the Black Fiend battle team of the Star Moon Army is here. We don't know who is the Void Interpretation expert. Meng Hong and the other 2 lords have already left the city to welcome them. Jin Xinyuan reported with an embarrassed expression. As the Black Fiend battle team made their move, Feng Luan's face revealed a trace of solemnity. The Star Moon Army had 5 great battle teams, and the strongest one was the Black Fiend battle team. The Black Fiend battle team's mount, the Black Fiend Beast, was a type of extremely powerful fierce beast. The weakest one was at least at rank 6 extraordinary, and it was the Star Moon Army's trump card. This time, the Black Fiend battle team was sent out directly. It seemed that the Star Moon Kingdom paid more attention to this Dragon Phoenix Kingdom that had suddenly appeared. Xiao Xian, Sister Feng Luan seems to be in trouble. Guan Shuqing and the rest saw Feng Luan walking out anxiously. They frowned and said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian revealed a contemplative look. Aojian, send someone to call the Wind Eye clan over. Also, call the Strange Demon clan over. Let the Strange Demon clan hide first so that they won't be discovered by Void Interpretation experts. He said to Aojian, who was outside. He looked at the few girls and said, let's go and take a look too. All right, if we can help Sister Feng Luan, then help her more. We are her only family. Guan Shuqing and the rest nodded and said to Wang Xian, don't worry, I will help her become the Empress again. Wang Xian revealed a hint of confidence in his eyes. What's going on? The army of Star Moon Kingdom is attacking us. These damn bastards. Bastards, kill them all. They didn't come to rescue us. In such a short period of time, so many soldiers have come. Kill them all. Kill those bastards of Star Moon Kingdom. In Dragon Phoenix City, when the citizens heard that the army of Star Moon Kingdom was attacking them, their faces were filled with rage. One by one, the citizens walked toward the east gate with furious faces. When Wang Xian and the group of women arrived at the east gate, they saw an army rushing towards them from a distance of 3 to 4 kilometers away. In the sky, 5 people were flying in the sky. An old man dressed in yellow armor and holding a long spear was in the middle. On the left and right sides, there were 2 middle-aged men and 2 old men. Each of their eyes were like torches. Their terrifying aura was not concealed at all. A group of 5 people, with thousands of troops and horses, rushed over with an aura that could ride the wind and break the waves. When the people who came to the east gate saw this scene, their faces changed drastically. Feng Luan did not leave the city. She stared ahead with an expressionless face. Chapter 11:21. On a cloud-piercing arrow. Yu Chengzi, Yin Wanshan, and Meng Hong floated in the sky. Below them were more than 1,000 soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Legion. The 3 of them stared coldly at the 5 people 3 kilometers away. The more than 1,000 soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Legion also stared fixedly at the people of Star Moon Kingdom. I, Xingguang, am the general of the Star Moon Legion. I, Zhu Xiuwei, am the Vice General of the Star Moon Army. I am the Vice Sect Master of the Heavenly Moon Sect, the Heavenly Moon Star Brilliance. I am the Heavenly Moon Sect's Elder, the Heavenly Moon Sun. I am the City Lord, Lei Feihu. At this moment, 5 people who were floating in the sky and emitting a terrifying aura 3 kilometers away suddenly spoke. Their voices covered the entire Dragon and Phoenix City, and everyone could hear them clearly. What? The General of the Star Moon Army. Oh my God, it's the General of the Star Moon Kingdom, the Star Moon Army, and the experts of the Heavenly Moon Sect. It's Xingguang. It's him. It's actually Xingguang, a top-notch expert of the Star Moon Kingdom who once slaughtered 100,000 ferocious beasts by himself. He's incomparably powerful. It can't be. The Star Moon Kingdom actually produced such a terrifying expert. That's an existence at the 3rd level of the Profound Void tier. The Heavenly Moon Sect actually interfered. When their voices spread throughout the entire Dragon Phoenix City, everyone's bodies stiffened. The names of these few people were like thunder that resounded in everyone's ears. In comparison, their former city lord, Lei Feihu, had the lowest status amongst this group of people. Especially the name Xing Guanghuan. Everyone in Star Moon Kingdom knew of him. He was the general of the Star Moon Army, and he controlled the most powerful army in Star Moon Kingdom. They were also very familiar with the Heavenly Moon Sect, the most powerful sect in Star Moon Kingdom. There were tens of thousands of elite disciples in the sect, and they were extremely powerful. Each and every name caused everyone in Dragon Phoenix City to reveal frightened expressions, and they discussed in fear. This time, all the people were on tenterhooks. After all, the group of people in front of them were a group of legendary figures. In the past, they had only heard of names. Just the name alone was enough to cause them to feel incomparable reverence. Now that they were actually here to attack them, how could they not feel fear and fear? The Dragon Phoenix dynasty dares to occupy the towns of our Star Moon Kingdom and establish a dynasty. They really don't put us in their eyes. Xing Guanghong, who was floating in the middle, revealed a cold expression. His gaze stared at Meng Hong, and his eyes flickered with a cold, killing intent. Your Star Moon Kingdom's territory? No, no. Yu Chengzi, who held a feather fan in his hand, waved the fan in his hand. When the ferocious beasts and demon beasts attacked the city, you gave up on this town. After that, this town also gave up on your Star Moon Kingdom. What about your territory? That's right. When Holy Sea Town was once subjected to a destructive attack, what about Star Moon Kingdom's rescue? What about Star Moon Kingdom's insightful emptiness realm experts? Now that we've defended the town and broken away from Star Moon Kingdom, instead, insightful emptiness realm experts have come to invade us one after another. Haha, what a joke. At the rear, Jin Xinyuan roared loudly. Where were you when we were in despair? Now, you're even fucking attacking us. Everyone from Star Moon Kingdom, scram. Get out of our place. This is the Dragon Phoenix City that we've defended. Scram. We're not from your Star Moon Kingdom. Scram. Jin Xinyuan's words also stirred up the anger of some of the citizens, and they roared loudly from behind. HMPH, you're too stubborn. Xing Guanghuan heard the voice coming from ahead, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He snorted coldly and said, I'd like to see what kind of strength you have to dare establish a dynasty in our territory. Soldiers of the Star Moon Army, get ready. He raised the long spear in his hand and roared. Yes, it was the soldiers of the Star Moon Army who responded to him. Yes. A cold, killing intent resounded in the sky. It could be heard clearly even within a radius of dozens of miles. I'm warning you. Remove the formation and surrender immediately. Otherwise, kill everyone without mercy. Xing Guanghuan roared and warned them. Prepare to face the enemy. However, Meng Hong's cold voice responded to his warning. Good, good. It seems that all of you have become enemies of Star Moon Kingdom. Xing Guanghuan stared at Meng Hong and gripped the spear in his hand tightly. You dare to kill the general of Star Moon Kingdom and occupy the cities and towns of Star Moon Kingdom. All of you will die. Lei Feihu's eyes similarly flickered with a cold glint as he roared in a low voice. Get out of our Dragon Phoenix Empire's territory. Otherwise, kill. Meng Hong did not show any signs of weakness as he glared at them and roared with killing intent. Kill? Below, the Dragon Phoenix Army's 1,000-plus people did not show any signs of weakness in the face of 20,000 enemies as they roared loudly. At this instant, the 1,000-plus people instantly unleashed their full strength. At the lowest level of Transcendent Level 7, there were more than 20 half-step void interpretation experts and more than 100 Transcendent Level 9 experts. The moment this aura burst out, it slightly shocked the Star Moon Army. Even the pupils of Xingguang and the 5 powerful void interpretation experts in the sky slightly constricted. There are more than 20 half-step void interpretation experts, and there are more than 100 Transcendent Level 9 experts. Lei Feihu's eyes widened, revealing a hint of shock. Where did they come from? How can there be so many top-notch experts? Xing Guangheng's expression slowly sank. More than 20 half-step void interpretation experts, and more than 100 rank 9 transcendents. Fortunately, the Heavenly Moon Sect's core force came this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be their match. As he spoke, he looked at the 2 elders on the left. I also didn't expect that we, the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser, would be needed. The 2 elders frowned slightly. The Heavenly Moon Sect had been forcefully taken over by the Star Moon Kingdom a few months ago and became a subsidiary sect. In fact, the Heavenly Moon Sect had existed for a longer time than the Star Moon Kingdom. The Heavenly Moon Sect had existed for more than 3,000 years. At that time, the sect master of the Heavenly Moon Sect had the terrifying strength of a rank 6 profound void martial artist. However, after the death of the old sect master, the Heavenly Moon Sect had declined somewhat. Today, it had actually been taken over by the Star Moon Kingdom. However, they had no other way. The current Star Moon Kingdom was not something their Heavenly Moon Sect could contend against. This time, they followed the orders of the Star Moon King and brought the core strength of the Star Moon Sect, the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser. The Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser had a total of 500 people. The strongest people in the entire Heavenly Moon Sect had all joined the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser. Of the 500 people, the weakest was at rank 6 Transcendent, the strongest was at half-step Profound Void stage, and there were 11 people at half-step Profound Void stage. Although there weren't more than 100 rank 9 Transcendents, there were still more than 40 people. This was all the power that the Heavenly Moon Sect possessed back then, when they weren't restricted by the Star Moon Kingdom. It was also the heritage left behind by the Heavenly Moon Sect after 3,000 years of inheritance. Chapter 1122. Inside a Cloud-Piercing Arrow. With the power of the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser, the Black Fiend battle team of the Star Moon Army, and the soldiers of the Ocean Cultivator Army, we can deal with this group of people. Xing Guang's eyes flickered as he stared at the 1,000-plus people of the Dragon and Phoenix Army. The strength of these 1,000-plus people was already comparable to the strongest army in Star Moon Kingdom, and was even slightly stronger. This time, if it wasn't for the Heavenly Moon Sect's presence, they really didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. It's also fortunate that His Highness is wise enough to send our Star Moon Army's Black Fiend battle team. Standing beside Xingguang, the Star Moon Army's deputy commander, Zhu Xiuwei, who held a red staff in his hand, slightly narrowed his eyes as he spoke indifferently. The Black Fiend battle team was the strongest battle team in Star Moon Kingdom's strongest army, the Star Moon Army. It could be said that the Black Fiend battle team was the strongest battle team in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Only the cream of the crop in the army had the qualifications to enter this battle team. The battle team had a total of 2,000 people, but there were dozens of extraordinary 9th rank experts among them. There were even quite a number of half-step void interpretation experts. One should never underestimate the strength of a kingdom. With thousands of years of foundation and hundreds of millions of citizens, the possibility of nurturing dozens of extraordinary 9th rank experts was still very high. This was especially so for some kingdoms. In order to nurture elite warriors, they would nurture bloodline warriors. For example, the half-step void interpretation bloodline that Wang Xian sold last time. After a kingdom purchased it, they would nurture such bloodline warriors. With the support of the kingdom, it was possible to nurture dozens of half-step void interpretation warriors. The captain of the Black Fiend battle team was an expert with the Black Fiend beast bloodline. His bloodline level had reached the peak. The ferocious beasts under him were also at the half-step void interpretation level. When combined with the Black Fiend beast, their strength was extremely terrifying. This was also one of the reasons why Feng Wan's expression was grave when she heard the Black Fiend battle team. Star Moon Kingdom's warriors, kill this group of intruders for me. Kill this group of traitors. Zhu Xiuwei raised the staff in his hand and gave an order. Kill. Roar, roar, roar. An angry roar and the roar of a fierce beast. In the middle of the two soldiers, a group of 2,000 soldiers who were emitting a terrifying aura were clad in black armor. The armor covered their entire bodies, leaving only a pair of cold eyes. Beneath them was a 3 to 4 meter long beast. The beast was also completely black, even its eyes were black. They had 2 huge fangs, and their limbs were covered with dense spikes. Boom, boom, boom. The order to attack had been given, and the beast began to roar. Kill. The 20,000 soldiers at the back, ranging from Transcendent Level 4 to half-step void interpretation, charged forward in a frenzy. The advantage in numbers and the earth-shattering roars caused the entire Dragon and Phoenix City to tremble. They are going to fight together. There are too many of them. Damn it, are they going to fight with me? Kill them. Some of the citizens in the formation of Dragon and Phoenix City revealed furious expressions. Some of them even charged out with furious expressions. Can we deal with them? At this moment, Wang Xian saw Feng Wan who was standing in front of him. He walked over and asked in a deep voice. Yes. Feng Wan looked at the 20,000 enemies who were charging over. A faint smile appeared on her face. As long as Star Moon Kingdom does not deploy all their forces, we can deal with them. Meng Hong and the rest can also deal with the 5 insightful emptiness realm experts. That's good. Wang Xian nodded his head. Whoosh. At this moment, a voice that Wang Xian was familiar with came through the formation and charged towards the battlefield outside. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment before he frowned. Aojian, you guys go and protect her. The other 5 strange demons are also following by her side. Wang Xian said immediately. Hearing his anxious voice, Feng Luan, Guan Shuqing, and the other girls looked at the figure who was charging towards the battlefield. They were slightly enlightened and glared at Wang Xian. With just you people, you still want to destroy our Dragon Phoenix Empire? Dream on. Face the enemy. Meng Hong roared. Kill. The more than 1,000 soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix army also started to move. Even if it was 1,000 against 20,000, they did not show any signs of weakness. They did not even lose in terms of imposing manner. In the sky, the 5 insightful emptiness realm experts from Star Moon Kingdom fixed their eyes on Meng Hong and the other 2. Meng Hong and the other 2 did not show any signs of weakness. They gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, ready to fight at any moment. Soldiers versus soldiers. Generals versus generals. In the face of an overwhelming power, no one dared to act rashly. General Xing, there's no need for us to act in a hurry. Today, we'll let everyone see the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser that can match up to you. The Heavenly Moon Sect's Vice Sect Master, Tianyu Xinghua, revealed a faint smile on his face as he spoke to Xing Guanghun. Tianyu chases the soul and seeks death, killing enemies thousands of miles away. Today, I want to experience it. Xing Guanghun smiled and said, Okay. Tianyu Xinghua revealed a proud expression. Tianyu chases the soul. He shouted softly. At this moment, at the back of the army, there was a group of 500 people. Their clothes did not fit the soldiers in front of them. There was no armor on their bodies, only a green light armor. When Tianyu Xinghua finished speaking, the arms of the 500 people shook. Gorgeous bows and arrows appeared in their hands. The 500 people narrowed their eyes, and a trace of coldness appeared in their eyes. A special metal bow and arrow appeared on the bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the two armies collided, terrifying arrows shot toward the Dragon and Phoenix army. Defend. The deputy commander at the front of the Dragon and Phoenix Legion saw the incoming arrows, and his expression changed slightly. A huge earth shield appeared in front of him. The rest of the people hurriedly defended. Because there were fewer people, the moment they blocked the arrows, the momentum completely disappeared. Ah! Ah! However, at this moment, a scream was heard. The expression of the vice leader of the Dragon and Phoenix Legion changed slightly. Meng Hong, who was floating in the sky, also had a huge change in expression. He looked down and found that more than 10 people had been hit by arrows and were instantly heavily injured. He stared ahead and his expression instantly darkened. The 500 people didn't have the slightest expression as they drew their bows again and aimed. Tianyu, Soul Chaser. The 500 people shouted at the same time, and 500 terrifying arrows attacked once again. Not good. It's the Heavenly Moon Sect's Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser. Feng Luan, who was standing at the back, had a huge change in expression. The Heavenly Moon Sect actually used all of their elites. It's the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser. Oh my god, it's the Heavenly Moon Sect's strongest trump card. Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser. It's the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser. In the past, Star Moon Kingdom had two large sects, but in the end, the Heavenly Moon Sect was directly destroyed in the battle. At that time, the Heavenly Moon Sect's Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser was famous throughout the world, and even the Star Moon royal family was extremely fearful of it. Within Dragon Phoenix City, when some of the citizens heard their voices, shock appeared on their faces. The Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser, one arrow killing. Chapter 11:23. Under a cloud-piercing arrow. Sky Moon, Soul Chasing, one arrow killing. This was a legendary existence in Star Moon Kingdom. There were only two legends in Star Moon Kingdom. One was the Star Moon royal family, and the other was the Sky Moon Island. Now, two powerful factions had actually joined forces to attack their Dragon Phoenix City, causing the citizens in the city to reveal embarrassed expressions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the second round of attacks arrived. Arrows pierced through the air and instantly appeared in front of the Dragon Phoenix army. Defend. The deputy leader of the Dragon Phoenix army roared. This time, even though they were prepared, more than a dozen people still fell to the ground under the terrifying arrows. The Heavenly Moon Chasing Soul was not as simple as it sounded. Archers were like snipers on the battlefield. Especially under such circumstances, their surroundings were all empty. There were 20,000 soldiers in front of them to help them defend against their opponents. Their 500 people did not have any worries at all. And among the 500 people of the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser, all of them were top-tier existences. The weakest was at Transcendent Level Rank 6, and the strongest was at Half-Step Void Interpretation. When the two armies fought, if one side had archers behind them, the side without archers would definitely be afraid during the battle. Because you didn't know when a bow and arrow would fly over and sink into your forehead. Especially such top-tier archers. The people of Dragon Phoenix City revealed embarrassed expressions. Those experts who went out to help in the battle were basically killed in an instant. Zhang Fengying, who had rushed out, would have been pierced through by an arrow if Ao Jian and the others had not helped to block the arrow. This made her extremely embarrassed as she stood there with clenched fists. I didn't expect that Star Moon Kingdom would actually send out so many experts. This is almost 2/3 of the entire Star Moon Kingdom's strength. Feng Luan frowned, her expression somewhat unsightly. King Feng, what should we do now? The other party actually sent out so many experts, and there's even the Heavenly Moon Sect's Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser. Jin Xinyuan came to Feng Luan's side and said with an unsightly expression, "Kill." As he spoke, the Dragon Phoenix army's 1,000+ people had already collided with Star Moon Kingdom's army. The first to bear the brunt was the powerful Black Fiend battle team. 1,000 men against 20,000 men. If it weren't for the 500 archers at the rear, they wouldn't have been afraid at all. However, the archers at the rear forced them to guard against the arrows that suddenly attacked them. Moreover, as the core strength of the Heavenly Moon sect, the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser could easily hit a person even in a densely packed crowd. Even for such an expert, he could even control the trajectory of the arrow. The instant collision caused the Dragon and Phoenix Legion to be at a complete disadvantage. Meng Hong and the other two saw the archers behind them. Their faces revealed a furious expression as they tightly gripped the weapons in their hands. However, at the opposite position, 5 auras locked onto them. Hee, let me show you how terrifying our Tianyu Soul Chaser is. At the back, 500 people stood in a row with proud expressions on their faces. A middle-aged man's lips curled up slightly and his face was filled with confidence. Feng Luan stood there and watched as dozens of soldiers were killed in less than a minute. She clenched her fists. These were the subordinates that she had painstakingly groomed. Every time she lost one of them, it would cause her great heartache. The war between soldiers has already been lost. I can only... Feng Luan's eyes were filled with determination as she looked at Meng Hong and the other two. Wait, it's not over yet. However, before she could finish her sentence, Wang Xian patted her shoulder and looked to the left of the battlefield. Huh, Wang Xian, what do you have? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as she opened her mouth, she heard the sound of arrows piercing through the air. Every round of attacks would result in the deaths of at least a dozen soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Army. Now, they were already fighting with the soldiers of the Star Moon Army. Without any defense, there would be more casualties. Feng Luan frowned and quickly looked over. Arrows shot at the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Army from a tricky angle. Oh no, they are no match for them. Those 500 guys with archers are too cunning. It's over, it's over. Our Dragon and Phoenix Empire will not be. At this moment, not only Feng Luan's expression was extremely ugly, even the citizens of Dragon Phoenix City were somewhat desperate. This suppression was too great. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as everyone's faces were filled with embarrassment and even closed their eyes, the sound of wind whistling came from the left. Numerous green light spots were like meteorites that fell from the sky. It's over. I'm going to die. On the battlefield, dozens of people from the Dragon and Phoenix Legion looked at the arrows that were almost in front of them, their eyes filled with despair. Haha, go to hell. Beside their ears, the excited roars of the Star Moon Legion soldiers could be heard. Bang, bang, bang. Just when they were filled with despair and thought that they were going to die, an intense collision sound suddenly rang out in front of them. The arrow that was right in front of them was directly struck by an arrow that was condensed from green wind attribute energy, and it fell towards the ground. The soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Legion revealed shocked expressions on their faces. Even the soldiers of the Star Moon Legion who were surrounding them also had shocked expressions on their faces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of an arrow piercing through the air rang out once again. The expressions of the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Legion instantly changed. However, when they glanced behind them, they were shocked to discover that the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser behind them did not attack. The sound came from the left. Cloud-piercing arrow. A soft shout came from the left, and everyone hurriedly looked to the left. Xingguang, the 5 insightful void martial experts, Meng Hong, and the other 3, as well as Feng Luan and everyone in Dragon and Phoenix City, all looked to the left. What entered their eyes was a group of green-colored demonic beasts with long arms and 2 horns on their heads flying over. Their bodies were emitting green energy, and they held a longbow in their hands. This green longbow was much larger than an ordinary bow. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Ah! At this moment, a miserable cry sounded on the battlefield. Everyone looked over and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A hollow position appeared in the center of the entire battlefield. Corpses lay on the ground, their bodies crisscrossing the entire battlefield. There were people who were still alive on the ground, groaning in pain. Out of over 300 arrows, 3,000 to 4,000 people had fallen. Even the members of the Black Fiend battle team had dozens of people lying on the ground, not moving at all. A neat bloody scar appeared on the battlefield. A cloud-piercing arrow, and a bloody cloud. Chapter 11:24. Wind Eye Illusion Arrow. Hiss. Looking at the thousands of corpses on the battlefield, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What terrifying archery skills! An arrow actually pierced through so many people. This is simply too terrifying. Is this our queen's trump card? This is too powerful. What kind of demonic beast race is that? What formidable strength, what terrifying archery skills. In Dragon and Phoenix City, everyone looked at the cyan-colored figures flying towards them in shock. Their slender bodies and arms, as well as their cyan-colored skin, gave off a different kind of coldness. Muzasin's gaze was like a torch. His cyan-colored pupils scanned the surroundings. His gaze landed on Wang Xian and flew towards him. A group of more than 500 strong people from the Wind Eye clan was emitting a cyan glow. They arrived in front of the east gate of Dragon and Phoenix City in an instant. Compared to 6 to 7 days ago, the current Wind Eye clan had undergone a huge change. After cultivating the Wind Attribute Divine Dragon transformation, their bloodline had undergone a huge transformation, even though they had only stayed in the Dragon Palace for 6 to 7 days. However, with the spiritual energy in the Dragon Cave, 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 16 days outside. 6 to 7 days of cultivation was equivalent to more than 3 months of continuous cultivation without sleep. The transformed Wind Eye clan was even more powerful. This was also the first time Wang Xian saw the archery skills of the Wind Eye clan. Back then, Mao Zedong only shot 1 arrow and landed on Xiaolan. As a Kuan, the most powerful thing was its defense. At that time, Xiaolan was not injured at all. After that, she became a member of the Dragon Palace under the threat of Prime Minister Gue. Now, the Wind Arrow clan of the Dragon Palace. The weakest among them was at level 6 of the Extraordinary Realm. Now that they had undergone a metamorphosis, their strength had been raised to a whole new level. There were more than 300 members of the Wind Eye clan. The weakest among them could even fight against a level 7 of the Extraordinary Realm. The Wind Eye clan, which was already quite strong, was now even more terrifying. Today, they could be considered to have completely displayed the strength of the Wind Eye clan. King, Mao Zedong flew to the front of Wang Xian and greeted him respectfully. In front of the others, Wang Xian did not reveal his identity as the Dragon King to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. King, the members of the Wind Eye clan behind him also greeted Wang Xian respectfully. Assist them. Wang Xian did not say much and ordered Mao Zedong directly. Yes. Mao Zedong nodded and flew into the sky. A group of people from the Wind Eye clan lined up in a row. Mao Zedong, who was standing at the front, had no emotion in his eyes. Boom. Damn. It's Lord Wang's subordinate. Haha, Lord Wang has called people over. Oh my god, that cool creature in the center seems to be a void interpretation level powerhouse. It's too powerful. Their archery skills are so strong. Now that Lord Wang has called people over to help, we are not afraid of them at all. What is Lord Wang's identity? Even void interpretation experts call him king. The people of Dragon Phoenix City who were not far away heard the words of Mao Zedong and the others and looked at them in shock. Looking at the same line of the Wind Eye clan, they were excited. That cloud-piercing arrow just now killed thousands of people. It was simply too cool. Feng Luan's eyes flickered. Her eyes were also filled with shock. He was very clear about the strength of the Dragon Palace. When he left, there was not a single person at the first level of the Extraordinary Realm. However, now, there was actually a subordinate at the insightful Void Realm leading a group of powerful subordinates. She knew that the increase in Wang Xian's strength was very terrifying. However, this speed, wasn't it too fast? He stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. What greeted him was Wang Xian raising his head slightly proudly, which made her feel amused. Where did this demonic beast come from? How could it be so strong? The one standing at the front is an expert at the insightful void tier. I can't tell his actual strength. Meanwhile, Xingguang and the other 5 people in the sky saw the sudden appearance of the Wind-Eye clan, and their faces immediately darkened. Especially when they saw a profound void tier powerhouse appear out of nowhere, their expressions became somewhat solemn. They actually have the help of the Demon Beast clan. Lei Feihu's face was also filled with shock, and his gaze flickered as he stared at Mu Zixin. Up until now, the Queen of the Dragon Phoenix Kingdom had yet to appear. Instead, another profound void tier powerhouse had appeared, which made their hearts even more vigilant. This demon beast race is somewhat familiar. The Heavenly Moon sect's Heavenly Moon Starflower looked at the Wind-Eyed race with a contemplative expression. However, while the group of profound void tier experts were conversing, the battle below continued. Archery. What kind of demon beast is this? It actually wants to compete with us in archery? At the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser's position, a group of 500 people stared at the members of the Wind-Eyed race in the sky from afar. Their faces revealed an icy expression. No matter what kind of demonic beasts they are, since they want to compete with us in archery skills, let's show these beasts our strength, hee hee. A middle-aged man from Sky Moon Soul Chaser laughed with confidence. He moved his arm and took out a special arrow. Shoot them all down. Another old man shouted and instantly pulled the bowstring to its maximum. Tornado arrow. In the Wind-Eye clan, an old man from the Wind-Eye clan ordered in a deep voice. Buzz. In an instant, all the members of the Wind-Eye clan drew the bows in their hands. Their arms lit up with a green light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the attack of the Wind-Eye clan was launched while the members of the Heavenly Moon Chasing Soul clan were preparing to attack. A green arrow was spinning rapidly at the tip of the arrow, as if it was about to tear through the air and attack Sky Moon Soul Chaser's 500 men. Damn, what speed! Sky Moon Soul Chaser's members' expressions changed slightly. If the opponent's attack was launched, they had to dodge or shoot down the arrow. No matter which one it was, it would cause them to lose the initiative. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They directly released the arrows in their hands and shot at the tornado arrows. Boom! The arrows collided one after another, causing the arrows of both sides to lose their direction. Meanwhile, the arrows of over 100 Sky Moon Soul Chaser experts who were not attacked continued to attack the Wind-Eye clan. Buzz! Over 100 members of the Wind-Eye clan waved their arms, drew their bows and arrows, and shot them out casually. After the arrows were shot out, they turned into shields under everyone's astonished gazes. When Heavenly Moon Chasing Soul's arrows landed on the shields, they instantly lost most of their power. What? The arrows are being released to freely transform. What kind of archery technique is this? When they saw that the arrows shot out by the Wind-Eye clan actually turned into shields, Heavenly Moon Chasing Soul and the others' expressions changed slightly, and they revealed shocked expressions. This seems to be the Wind-Eye illusion arrow. Wherever the arrow reaches, there will be a myriad of changes. Killing comes first. That's right, it's the Wind-Eye illusion arrow. Suddenly, the Heavenly Moon sect's vice-sect master, Tianyu Xinghua, who was standing in the void, saw this scene and thought of a legendary demonic beast race. His face revealed a shocked expression. Chapter 1125 was once a member of the Illusionary Arrow clan. What Wind-Eye illusionary arrow? Xingguang heard Tianyu Xinghua's words and frowned as he looked at him. You still remember? Tianyu Xinghua recalled as a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Just as he was speaking, the elder from the Wind-Eye clan looked ahead with a calm expression. Let them witness our Wind-Eye clan's new divine ability and let them know that the Wind-Eye illusion arrow has returned. As the elder spoke, he slowly drew the longbow in his hand. There was nostalgia, coldness, and a trace of killing intent. Yes, All the members of the Wind-Eye clan nodded, their eyes revealing a cold green light. Wind-Eye Illusion Arrow, Wind Dragon. Wind-Eye Illusionary Arrow, Wind Dragon. The old man shouted, and all the members of the 2 rows shouted. Wind-Eye Illusionary Arrow, Wind Dragon, was the first divine ability they had comprehended after possessing the divine dragon bloodline. It was also the most powerful divine ability they had mastered. Attack. More than 300 members of the Wind-Eye clan lined up neatly, their bodies emitting a dense green light. Roar. The moment the bow was fully drawn, a dragon's roar was heard from above. Roar, roar, roar. The moment it was released, an inviolable pressure was emitted from the arrow. This pressure carried traces of pressure. Not good. Just as he was introducing the Wind-Eye Illusion Arrow to Xinguang Hun, he heard the roar and hurriedly looked over. A frightened expression appeared on his face as he hurriedly looked down. He moved and wanted to attack, but at this moment, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He looked over and found that the Mayazine arrow was aimed at him. On his bow, a 1-meter-long wind dragon was circling above it, as if it could launch a fatal attack at any time. Tianyu Xinghua's pupils contracted slightly, and he quickly shouted to the group of Tianyu soul chasers below, "Hurry up and dodge." The Tianyu soul chasers who had their bowstrings fully drawn were already prepared to face the Wind-Eye clan's incoming arrows. They were momentarily stunned. Attack. At this moment, Yu Chengzi, who held a feather fan in his hand, swept his gaze across the Wind-Eye clan. When he saw this situation, he directly said, "Haha, kill." Meng Hong heard Yu Chengzi's words and roared loudly. His entire person was like a prehistoric ferocious beast as he directly attacked Xinguang Hun. Yin Wanshan, who was at the side, slightly moved the red staff in his hand. A terrifying chain directly attacked the vice commander of the Star Moon Army. A battle at the profound void tier was about to erupt at any moment. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying explosion sound came from the sky. The Vice Sect Master and Elders of the Heavenly Moon Sect did not have the time to bother about the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser below. They hurriedly faced the battle. HMPH, break for me. One of the Elders of the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser snorted coldly when he saw the green arrow coming at them. The arrow in his hand directly shot out. Bang! The specially made metal arrow, which was accompanied by the sharpness of various attributes, collided with the green attribute arrow, producing an intense sound. Roar! However, just when everyone of the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser thought that they could easily cancel out the arrows of the members of the Wind-Eye clan, a roar suddenly came from the green arrow. The ordinary arrow directly turned into a terrifying dragon head. The 3 to 4 meter long dragon head directly attacked Tianyu Soul Chaser. What? When Tianyu Soul Chaser and the others saw this scene, their faces revealed a shocked expression. Dodge, quickly dodge. The old man in the middle hurriedly shouted with a face full of fear. Everyone from Tianyu Soul Chaser hurriedly dodged to the side. Their speed was incomparably fast. As archers who specialized in long-range attacks, their close combat strength was very poor. However, their speed had always been something that they were proud of. Roar, roar. However, what caused them to be frightened was that the enormous dragon head suddenly opened its eyes. Its green eyes seemed to have come to life completely. The dragon head followed their bodies and chased after them at an even faster speed. What? This time, everyone from the Heavenly Moon Chasing Soul Clan had terrified expressions on their faces. Even the half-step to profound void martial experts were shocked. They glanced at the people from the Wind-Eye clan in the distance and were shocked to find that their eyes were glowing. Their eyes were controlling the attack through the eyes of the dragon head. What kind of demonic beast race is this? Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Roar. Ah. Right at this moment, a scream came from the side of their ears. Ah. Following that, the screams continued without end. What? At the center of the battlefield, the Star Moon Army's soldiers looked over, their faces filled with shock. Just now, That demonic beast race had killed thousands of their comrades with one arrow. Now, they were actually separated by more than 3,000 meters, directly killing the experts of the Sky Moon Soul Chaser. That was the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser. The threat of the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser had even caused their Star Moon army to be extremely fearful. Especially that archery technique, it was impossible to guard against. That's right, it's definitely a wind-eye illusion arrow. Wherever the arrow reaches, there will be a myriad of changes. Killing is the first priority. The Heavenly Moon Starlight's gaze swept downwards as he roared loudly. The first sentence, where the gaze reaches, the arrow will reach. This was the most powerful aspect of the Wind-Eye clan. They could use their eyes to control the arrow. As long as it was within their sight, the arrow would be able to attack. As for the second sentence, there were countless variations, killing first. This was another terrifying aspect of the Wind-Eye clan. They were able to transform the arrow that they attacked into other forms. They could defend and attack, but killing the enemy first was the priority. Miserable screams rang out one after another. Soon, half of the 500 Heavenly Moon Soul pursuers were killed. This caused the Heavenly Moon Soul pursuers who had dodged this disaster to be filled with fear. FUCK, they're so strong. They're so strong. Heavens, what is this? The arrows can transform into a fierce beast and can be controlled at will. Haha, it's too powerful. With them around, we will definitely win this battle. In Dragon and Phoenix City, when the crowd saw this scene, their faces revealed a shocked expression. Although they didn't see many people die from the distance, they could clearly hear the miserable screams. Their gazes looked towards the Wind-Eye clan that was lined up in the sky, and their eyes were filled with shock. Whoosh! At this moment, Mao Zedong's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He pointed with his arm and shot an arrow at Lei Feihu. Lei Feihu, who was besieging Yu Chengzi with the deputy commander of the Star Moon Army, felt the sharpness of the arrow. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly dodged to the side. Chapter 1126. Retreated from the enemy. As far as the eye can see and as far as the arrow can reach, it seems that many people have forgotten the fame of our Wind-Eye illusory arrow. Mao Zedong's eyes revealed a trace of contempt when he saw the city lord of East Sea City, Lei Feihu, dodge his arrow. Even though both of them were at rank 1 of the exceptional realm, his eyes were still filled with contempt. Their Wind-Eye Demon Beast clan was once famous, and they had shaken the neighboring Wind Howl Kingdom. At that time, their reputation was well known even in the Star Moon Kingdom. Before joining the Dragon Palace, Mao Zedong's strength had been at the peak of the first level of the Profound Void tier. Now that he had obtained the Divine Dragon bloodline and cultivated the Wind Dragon transformation, his strength had faintly reached the second level of the Profound Void tier. Now, the only thing missing was a bit of time and the process of transforming his divine ability into a Dharma idol. Whoosh! Lei Feihu dodged Mao Zedong's attack and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from behind him. His expression changed, and with a flash, he appeared several thousand meters in the air. Looking at the arrow that was still chasing after him, his eyes revealed a cold expression. Lei Mang. He was wearing a blue glove in his hand, and he clenched his fist tightly as he attacked the arrow below. Boom! A bolt of lightning that was 7 to 8 meters thick turned into Lei Mang and attacked the arrow. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the arrow disappeared. Mao Zedong did not continue to attack Lei Feihu. He turned his head and drew the bowstring in his hand. Green light flashed on the bowstring, and a 1-meter-long arrow shot toward the elder of the Heavenly Moon sect in the sky. Only Lei Feihu and the elder of the Heavenly Moon sect had the strength of the first level of the Profound Void tier. Once they were attacked by Mu Zedong, they would be injured. Whoosh! An arrow shot across the sky and directly attacked the elder of the Heavenly Moon sect, who was 4,000 to 5,000 meters away in the sky. The elder of the Heavenly Moon sect and the deputy sect master of the Heavenly Moon sect were jointly attacking Yin Wanshan, who was holding a magic staff. The two of them were working together to attack one person, but at this moment, their faces were filled with vigilance. They were somewhat shocked. This middle-aged man holding a staff and attacking with flames in his hand was simply like a ghost or god. The terrifying control, the terrifying temperature of the flames, as well as the terrifying abhijna, caused the two of them to be in an extremely sorry state. Even the elders of the Heavenly Moon sect were almost injured. On the other hand, Yin Wanshan was as calm as a breeze and did not feel the slightest bit of pressure. This made people's faces extremely ugly. After all, he, Yin Wanshan, was the empress who personally taught him the art of fire 1,000 years ago. She was once the empress who was at the peak of the Transcendence continent. Under his teachings, if he could not crush those of the same level, then he, Yin Wanshan, would be able to smash his head into a rock. The sound of arrows rang out, causing the expressions of the elders of the Heavenly Moon sect to change greatly. He already knew the identity of the Wind-Eye clan, the Wind-Eye Demon Beast clan that had shaken the entire Howling Wind Kingdom a few hundred years ago. If it wasn't for the conflict between the royal family of the Howling Wind Kingdom and the Wind-Eye clan back then, the Howling Wind Kingdom might have become several times stronger now. Hearing the sound of the arrow, the Heavenly Moon sect elder hurriedly wanted to dodge to the side. Hee. However, at this moment, a disdainful laugh suddenly sounded in his ear. The Sky Moon sect elder's expression changed drastically. He looked around and saw many fiery red chains writhing around him. Deputy Sect Master. He quickly cried out for help. Break for me. The Sky Moon sect Deputy Sect Master waved his arm and numerous thorns attacked the arrow, breaking the arrow that Muzisin shot out. First, pin down the Wind-Eye Illusion Arrow's insightful emptiness realm expert. Otherwise, his attacks can even threaten a second-level insightful emptiness realm expert. Get close to him and tie him down. The Heavenly Moon sect's Deputy Sect Master roared loudly. Lei Feihu, tie him down. The Star Moon Army's deputy commander gritted his teeth and fought against Yu Chengzi. He swept his gaze over and roared loudly. Good. Lei Feihu hovered in the air over 2,000 meters high. He stared at Mao Zixin, and a fierce expression appeared in his eyes. Dharma Idol, Thunder Tiger Roar. Having witnessed Mao Zixin's powerful archery skills, Lei Feihu did not hesitate at all and directly unleashed his most powerful attack. Thunder Tiger Roar. He heavily slammed both of his hands toward the area below, and the thunder and lightning all over his body exploded and gathered in front of him. Boom boom. Roar. A thunder and lightning tiger that was at least 100 meters in size roared. It stared at the area below and directly dashed forward. The crackling sound of lightning exploded in the air, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Mao Zixin saw Lei Feihu charging towards him, and an illusion appeared in his hand. Wong wong wong. In an instant, a dense number of arrows flew towards Lei Feihu in just a second. Roar. Lei Feihu's expression changed slightly. With an angry roar, the 100-meter-long Lei Hu opened his huge mouth and attacked the wind arrows. Mao Zixin looked at the Lei Hu who was only a few hundred meters away from him. His expression did not change as the green glow on his arm intensified. Wang Xian, tell your men not to attack. Let me do it. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was watching the battle with a smile on his face in Dragon Phoenix City, suddenly heard the voice of Feng Luan from the side. He was slightly taken aback. He looked over and realized that Feng Luan was like a volcano that was about to erupt. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately sent a voice transmission to Mao Zixin. Mao Zixin was slightly taken aback when he heard Wang Xian's words. His figure flashed slightly and instantly pulled away from Lei Feihu by 1,000 meters. Don't even think about escaping. Lei Feihu saw that Mao Zixin wanted to dodge. His eyes revealed a cold glint as he growled in a low voice. Boom. However, at this moment, a will of death instantly enveloped his heart. Lei Feihu's expression changed drastically, and his forehead was instantly filled with cold sweat. A great fear descended upon him. To everyone's surprise, a small fireball that was almost condensed to the extreme flew towards Lei Feihu's location. The fireball's speed seemed very slow, but Lei Feihu did not even have the time to react. The fireball landed on the lightning around him, and the lightning instantly ignited a red flame. No! Sensing the terrifying danger contained within the fireball, Lei Feihu's scalp almost exploded, and he let out a terrified roar. This roar spread across dozens of miles. Boom! The explosion wasn't very big, and it only covered an area of 3 to 4 meters. The explosion exploded Lei Feihu's body. Finally, the ball of flames, including Lei Feihu, turned into white smoke and disappeared. The terrified screams and the muffled sound of the explosion caused the entire battlefield to fall into dead silence. Xingguang and the other 4 insightful void martial artists looked over, and their expressions changed drastically. An instant kill. A level 1 insightful void martial artist was actually killed in an instant. He did not have any strength left to resist, and he did not even leave behind a trace. What kind of strength was this? He was at least at the 3rd level of the extraordinary realm, or even higher. Fear flashed in the eyes of the 4 of them. Get out of our place. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave. Feng Luan's emotionless voice rang out, causing the hearts of everyone in Star Moon Kingdom on the battlefield to jump. Only Wang Xian, who was standing beside her, saw Feng Luan's trembling arm. She was making a scene. Chapter 11:27. Retreated from the enemy. The entire battlefield fell into a slight silence. Xingguanghuan, the 2 insightful emptiness realm experts from the Heavenly Moon sect, and the Deputy General of the Star Moon Army kept changing their expressions. He hurriedly distanced himself from Meng Hong and the other 2, and looked over with uncertain expressions. Insta-kill. The effect of an insightful emptiness realm expert being insta-killed shocked everyone. Especially since the one who had attacked just now was the mysterious queen of Star Moon Kingdom. None of them knew how powerful this mysterious queen was. This was also the first time they had seen this mysterious queen attack. The moment she attacked, she shocked all of them. The 4 of them looked at Meng Hong, Yu Chengzi, and Yin Wanshan with embarrassed expressions. In the battle just now, they had witnessed how terrifying these 3 people were. In a one-on-one battle, they had always been suppressed. If they fought for a long time, they would definitely lose. These 3 people were all top-notch existences of the same level. Their gazes looked towards the center of the battlefield, and their expressions became even darker. The entire battlefield was in a one-sided situation after the Heavenly Eye illusory arrow sniped the Heavenly Moon Soul Chasers experts. The Dragon and Phoenix Corps 1000 plus experts quickly massacred their Star Moon Corps soldiers. More than 20 half-step Void Interpretation Realm experts, and more than 100 Transcendent 9th rank experts. Even though their numbers were relatively small, it was still not something their corps could withstand. In the short 2 minutes after Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser was attacked, at least several thousand of their subordinates died. As for the experts of the Dragon Phoenix Army, they suffered very little losses. They were defeated. They knew that their attack on the Dragon Phoenix Empire this time had already failed. In fact, if the mysterious queen did not stop until she died, they might lose even more. When they came, they had never expected that a dynasty that occupied their town and established a kingdom would have so many terrifying experts. Especially the appearance of the Heaven-Eyed Demon Beast clan, which completely defeated their attack this time. In the current situation, the mysterious queen had killed a rank 1 Void Interpretation expert with only 1 move. 2 peak rank 2 Void Interpretation experts, and a peak rank 3 Void Interpretation expert. There was also an expert from the Heaven's Eye Demon Beast clan. They had completely defeated them. Retreat. Xing Guangheng roared with an embarrassed expression. The Star Moon Army's soldiers hurriedly retreated. The Dragon and Phoenix Army did not pursue them. They stared at them coldly. I'm establishing a dynasty here and establishing the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial City. Does your Star Moon Kingdom have any objections? At this moment, Feng Luan flew into the sky, her veil completely covering her face. This time, she did not exude the aura of an expert. Instead, she exuded the aura of a superior from within. She did not exude any aura, but the aura of an emperor who controlled the world was completely unleashed. The former great empress had unleashed her might. His strength is definitely not lower than the Star Moon King. Cough, cough. Even if his strength is not unleashed, just this demeanor is definitely not an ordinary profound void martial artist. The vice sect master and elders of the Sky Moon sect looked at Feng Luan, who was standing in the sky. They almost had the urge to worship her in their hearts as they growled in astonishment. Even when they met the Star Moon King, they did not feel this way. Xing Guanghuan stared at the mysterious queen of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire in the sky, and his expression was extremely grave. He realized that he did not even dare to look her in the eye. This queen's strength is absolutely terrifying, he thought to himself, and his expression kept changing. Go, retreat. Xing Guanghuan gritted his teeth and said to all the soldiers of the Star Moon Kingdom in a deep voice, If there's a next time, my Dragon Phoenix Empire will make sure that you all never return. Feng Luan's eyes flashed with a trace of joy when she saw them leave, and she spoke coldly. Xing Guanghuan's body stiffened, and without the slightest expression, he directly flew forward. He had suffered a great defeat. Moreover, once they left, it also meant that the Dragon Phoenix Empire would be officially established, and their Star Moon Kingdom would be unable to do anything about it. We won. Haha, we won. Star Moon Kingdom admitted defeat. They actually admitted defeat. That's great. The queen is mighty, the queen is invincible, and she instantly killed a void interpretation expert with a single move. That's too amazing. The citizens of Dragon Phoenix City revealed excited expressions as they waved their arms in excitement. They had won. They had actually won. As citizens of Star Moon Kingdom, they were extremely clear about the power of Star Moon Kingdom. However, Star Moon Kingdom had actually returned in defeat. Those legendary missions had been defeated by the experts of their kingdom. Their former city lord had been instantly killed by the queen in one move. They were as powerful as the Star Moon Kingdom. And as citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty, they were incomparably happy. Even if they were only a small city now, they would definitely become a powerful dynasty in the future. As citizens of the Imperial City, their lives would also become better and better. This caused everyone's faces to be filled with excitement. Feng Luan saw them leave, and a trace of a smile appeared on her face. She knew that the Dragon Phoenix dynasty could be considered to have completely stabilized. Her deterrence had also played a sufficient role. The Star Moon Kingdom would definitely think that she was a high-level, insightful emptiness realm expert. In addition to the experts under her, the Star Moon King did not dare to take the risk to come and attack them. After all, this was only a small city in Star Moon Kingdom. Go and rest for a while. Wang Xian's voice rang in her ears, causing the smile on her face to become even more radiant. She moved and landed beside Wang Xian. I have to thank you this time. If not, it would be troublesome. Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian and said with gratitude in her eyes. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the Heaven's Eye demonic beast, the Dragon and Phoenix army would have lost at least half of their strength. No need. It's just a small matter. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. Sister Feng Luan, it's my duty to help you. Hee. Guan Shuqing and the other girls walked over and said with smiles on their faces, Our Dragon and Phoenix Empire is officially established in the Transcendence continent. As the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, you will be the founding members of the Empire in the future. With the Empire around, you don't have to worry about the ferocious beasts attacking the city. Here, everyone has the chance to become a powerhouse. Everyone has the chance to become the founding general of the Empire. Feng Luan turned around and looked at all the citizens of Dragon Phoenix City. Long live the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Outside of Dragon Phoenix City, Meng Hong shouted loudly. Long live the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. The experts of the Dragon Phoenix army also shouted loudly, "Long live the Dragon Phoenix dynasty! Long live the Dragon Phoenix dynasty!" All the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty shouted excitedly. They naturally knew what benefits would come with the rise of a dynasty. The current policies, benefits, and security were dozens of times better than in the Star Moon dynasty. Chapter 1128 was stable. He's too powerful. Our army, our general, is simply too powerful. Haha, that's right. However, the most powerful one is still Lord Wang Xian. Lord Wang Xian actually called for a powerful demonic beast race. His archery skills are simply too domineering. General Meng Hong is also very impressive. That gigantic saber radiance seems to be able to split the heaven and earth apart. Xing Guang is a legendary figure in Star Moon Kingdom, yet he was still chased and beaten by Lord Meng Hong. The most domineering ones are the experts of the Wind Eye clan. They are simply too cool. They killed their enemies from thousands of miles away. That powerful Heavenly Moon Sect's Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser was directly killed by more than half of the experts of the Wind Eye clan. Lord Muzison is also very cool. He directly shot and killed an expert of the first and second rank of the Profound Void Realm. With Lord Wang in our Dragon Phoenix dynasty, there is no enemy that we can't defeat. I just feel that Lord Queen is the strongest. She killed an expert of the See-Through Realm in a single move. TSK, I almost knelt down at that time. When Feng Luan, Wang Xian, and the rest flew towards the city lord's residence, the citizens of Dragon Phoenix City were talking excitedly. They looked at everyone in the Dragon Phoenix army with admiration and yearning on their faces. The fact that Dragon Phoenix City withstood the attack of Star Moon Kingdom was undoubtedly a reassurance for everyone in Dragon Phoenix City. Following that, the thoughts of all the citizens became active. The current Dragon Phoenix Empire was just as the Queen had said. Everyone had the chance to become a powerhouse, and everyone had the chance to become a founding general. The Dragon Phoenix Empire possessed the power of the Star Moon Kingdom, and it would definitely develop in the future. Those who advanced together with the Empire would definitely receive top-notch treatment. The Dragon Phoenix Empire had just been established, and many positions were vacant. If they could join, they would be able to rise above others and live a better life. If the dynasty was strong, they would be strong as well. Moreover, now that the Dragon Phoenix dynasty had established the Dragon Phoenix Academy, the experts of the second level of the insightful emptiness realm would personally guide them. Their children would enter the academy and become the first batch of students. In the future, they would definitely be able to have an official position and enjoy extremely high treatment. Lu Qianjun, Lu Hanhai, and Lu Qianhai, in today's battle with the Star Moon Kingdom, did not fear death. They fought to the death and died in the battle. As the hero of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, the Queen will reward the only descendant of the Lu family, Lu Qing, with the bloodline of a group of demon beasts of the second level of the insightful emptiness realm, and the Lu family, with their sacrifice for the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. In addition, in this battle, all the sacrificed citizens will be rewarded by Her Majesty the Queen. At this moment, Yu Chengzi's voice suddenly rang out in Dragon Phoenix City, causing all the citizens who were discussing to reveal shocked expressions on their faces. What? Reward the demon beast bloodline of the Profound Void second-rank Wind Eye clan? Oh my god! If this is the Lu family ascending to the heavens in one step. I can't believe it. Is this true? They actually offered such a generous reward. The bloodline of the Profound Void second-rank demon beast is able to make the Lu family a top-notch family. Oh my god, the Lu family is a family that escaped from Shilai Town. It's an aristocratic family of mercenaries. When Shilai Town was destroyed, more than half of the family members died. After Lord Wang saved Dragon Phoenix City, they were very grateful to Lord Wang. This time, when Star Moon Kingdom invaded, the furious Lu family trio were the first to rush out. I didn't expect that the Queen actually rewarded such a terrifying thing. Everyone in Dragon Phoenix City froze. Many of them were trembling, and their eyes were burning. The sacrifice of 3 members of the family had exchanged for a demon-beast bloodline at the second level of the profound void tier, and for the chance for their descendants to become top-tier experts. This was simply a great thing. As long as one pays for the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, one will receive a huge reward. These words appeared in the minds of all the citizens of Dragon Phoenix City, and their faces were filled with determination. Gathering the hearts of the people. At this moment, the hearts of the people of the Dragon Phoenix Empire were 100% gathered. Under the protection of the powerful array formation, the queen wasn't stingy with her rewards, and the entire Dragon Phoenix Empire was united. This time, if someone came to attack Dragon Phoenix City, millions of people would rush out to fight. The one who won the hearts of the people would rule the world. Even if this was a matter where the strong were respected, this sentence still worked. Thank you, Queen. In the future, I, Lu Qing, am willing to bleed all the blood for the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. At this time, in the city lord's mansion, a young man knelt there with a respectful face and vowed with a resolute gaze. I believe that, go infuse your bloodline into your body. The Dragon Phoenix dynasty will nurture you into a top-notch expert. Feng Luan said faintly to the young man who was kneeling in front of her. It's the queen. The young man left respectfully. His body was trembling slightly. Thank you, Wang Xian. I don't know how to repay such a valuable item. In the hall, Jing Ganyuan, Meng Hong, and the rest were sitting on both sides. Wang Xian was sitting below Feng Luan. Beside him was Mao Zasin. Who are we? Don't be so calculative. I don't want to watch. When I'm already at the top of the supernatural continent, you're still working on a kingdom. Haha. Wang Xian laughed and said nonchalantly. Feng Luan looked at him and smiled. She rolled her eyes at him and said, All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled faintly. I'm really envious of you. I can help you take care of the matters of the Dragon Palace. Feng Luan looked at him with slight envy. She looked at Jin Xinyuan and the rest and said, After this, the Dragon Phoenix City will be expanded rapidly. We will use the power that the entire Dragon Phoenix City can use. In addition, we will recruit city guards. It's the queen. The group of people nodded respectfully and walked out. I don't know who young Master Wang is to be able to make the queen so close to him. Moreover, that Wind Eye Illusion Arrow is actually one of young Master Wang's subordinates. The Wind Howl Kingdom wanted to obtain the Wind Eye Illusion Arrow's bloodline, which was why it broke apart. I didn't expect that Lord Wang would directly give it to the queen. The 4 people walked out of the hall and said with a slight sigh. Jin Xianyuan, in particular, had a shocked expression on his face. He had given away the bloodline of a void interpretation level demon beast just like that, and the queen had even directly rewarded the Liu family. Such a large sum of money made even his eyes burn with passion. This made him even more determined to follow the queen. After the Star Moon Kingdom's invasion ended, the entire Dragon and Phoenix dynasty emitted a sense of vitality. Hundreds of thousands of people from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty began to expand the imperial city. According to the plan, the Dragon Phoenix City would be expanded at least tenfold. Moreover, this was only the first expansion. The Dragon Phoenix dynasty had completely stabilized, and the Dragon Palace was also developing rapidly. Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, and the others led their subordinates to hunt fierce beasts in the surrounding waters. The corpses of fierce beasts turned into dragon blood. The strength of the members of the Dragon Palace was increasing every day. At this speed, it wouldn't be long before the entire Dragon Palace would be turned upside down. Chapter 1129, Floating Sea City. The spiritual energy in this Dragon Palace is even richer than some of the kingdom's paradises. I really don't understand why the difference between the Phoenix inheritance and yours is so great. Inside the Dragon Palace, Feng Luan looked at the Dragon Palace that covered an area of 80 kilometers with a shocked expression. On Earth, the Dragon Palace only had an area of 20 kilometers. However, the size of the Dragon Palace here had increased by 4 times, and the spiritual energy had doubled. A dragon palace as vast as the bottom of the sea was miles away from the current Dragon Phoenix City. Feng Luan, who had stayed in Dragon Phoenix City for more than 10 days, followed Wang Xian and the others to the Dragon Palace. She looked around in shock. Sister Feng Luan can come to the Dragon Palace frequently in the future. She can even stay here. It's proven that it's so close to Dragon Phoenix City. It's only a 10-minute flight. Guan Shuqing and the rest said with smiles on their faces. The Dragon Phoenix City was not very far from the Dragon Palace. With Feng Luan's speed, it would take less than 10 minutes. This is a good idea. Feng Luan did not refuse and nodded with a smile. In the next few days, Feng Luan spent most of her time in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian was also dealing with the matters of the Dragon Palace. Speaking of which, there was nothing much to do. Prime Minister Gue could handle the development and planning of the Dragon Palace. The only thing that required him to handle personally was the Dragon Assassin Organization. Currently, the Dragon Assassin Organization was preparing to enter other cities. With the current strength of the Dragon Assassin Organization, more than 100 Level 6 Extraordinary Light Assassins could definitely assassinate a Level 8 Extraordinary Powerhouse. In addition to the group of 20 Level 7 Extraordinary individuals, the Dragon Assassin Organization could completely cover the entire Star Moon Kingdom. The speed at which the Dragon Assassin Group earned resources couldn't be matched by all the members of the Dragon Palace combined. What? Feng Luan, who was in the Dragon King Palace to check on the situation in Dragon Phoenix City, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Her eyes were sparkling as she looked at the information she had brought this morning. Floating Sea City. A floating sea city actually appeared in the sea area next to Star Moon Kingdom. Feng Luan's eyes flickered. She stood up slowly with a contemplative look on her face. Wang Xian, let me show you some information. She hesitated for a moment before walking over to Wang Xian, who was also reading the information. She passed the information in her hand to him. What? Wang Xian revealed a curious look on his face. He looked over and asked, Floating Sea City on the sea? What is this? He asked in surprise. It is similar to the floating island on your Earth. It is the private island of the strong. As the island is huge, it is also known as Floating Sea City. Feng Luan explained to him. The private island of the strong. What is the information on it? Will there be treasures or inheritances left behind by the strong on this island? Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan and asked her. It's possible. According to the information I got, there is a formation on this island. However, there is no one on it. It is an ownerless floating sea city. The appearance of this floating sea city has caused a huge commotion. Many forces are rushing there. To be able to possess an expert of the level of floating sea city, one must be at least at level 5 of the see-through realm or a powerful sect. Feng Luan explained to Wang Xian. Do you want to go and take a look? Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan. If you want to develop rapidly, you must have sufficient resources. If Dragon Phoenix City has the spiritual energy density of your Dragon Palace, how crazy would that be? Of course, it's impossible to have the spiritual energy of your Dragon Palace. However, you have to fight for some resources on your own. I have used up a lot of the information I have at the moment. Currently, the Dragon Phoenix Empire has not opened up any trade. It's all because I have taken out the resources. It won't last long. Feng Luan's eyes flickered. I want to go and take a look. You will go personally? Wang Xian looked at her in astonishment. Yes, the Dragon Phoenix Empire is stable now. I can go and take a look. Are you going? Feng Luan asked Wang Xian. Is it near Bright Moon City? Yes, I'll go there too. Wang Xian thought for a moment and nodded. The development of the Dragon Assassin Organization was about to start in another city. Bright Moon City was the second largest city in Star Moon Kingdom. He could make arrangements for the Dragon Assassin Organization this time. All right, I'm only going to take a look this time. There might not be any gains. Feng Luan reminded Wang Xian. I'm going to deal with the Dragon Assassin Organization. The matter in Floating Sea City is just a side issue. Wang Xian smiled. Feng Luan looked at him and shook her head speechlessly. Let's go. If there's nothing else, let's set off now, Feng Luan said to him. Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head and left with Feng Luan after talking to the girls. He didn't bring Shu Qing and the rest. They were a little weak and their operation this time might be dangerous. Wang Xian and the rest flew towards Bright Moon City with 40 strange demons. I hope we can get a good harvest. After the expansion of Dragon Phoenix City is completed, we can carry out the next step. Feng Luan was obviously in a good mood these few days. While flying in the air, she said with a smile on her face. Such a huge, floating sea city has been discovered. By now, it should have been completely plundered, right? Wang Xian looked at her and asked. Don't worry. With the strength of Star Moon Kingdom, they don't have the ability to plunder the entire floating sea city. They might not even be able to enter now. Right now, the floating sea city has only revealed 1 foot. The rest of the places are still in the maze formation. Feng Luan said to him. That's good. I hope we can get a good harvest. Wang Xian nodded his head. Bright Moon City was very far away from Dragon and Phoenix City. It would take at least 2 days to fly at full speed. Bright Moon City was much bigger than East Sea City. Its overall strength was only below Star Moon City. Flying in the sky, Wang Xian could be considered to have seen the vast supernatural continent. There were all kinds of plants and creatures, as well as all kinds of terrain. There were even trees that were thousands of meters tall. On the trees, there was a type of bird and beast whose strength had reached level 5 or 6 of the supernatural realm. In the wild, it was a paradise for ferocious beasts. They even saw a few groups of demon beasts. Wang Xian and the rest did not dare to make a move rashly. In Star Moon Kingdom, there were at most 20 human insightful emptiness realm experts. However, there were at least 40 to 50 or even more ferocious beasts in the wild that had reached the insightful emptiness realm. In the wild, if one were to kill wantonly, it would definitely attract the attention of powerful ferocious beasts and demon beasts. In the past 2 days, people were out of town. Today, the 3 chapters were all written in the hotel. There was only so much to write. There were still things to do. It felt like the quality of the writing had dropped a little. I'm sorry, readers. There will be an update on the 23rd or 24th of this month. There will be 40 updates on the same day. When I'm done, I'll go back and save my manuscript. I'll update it at the end of the month. Chapter 1130. On the Undercurrent Assassin Organization. Where is that? Star Moon Kingdom was located at the seaside. Bright Moon City's terrain was somewhat similar to East Sea City. It was close to the vast ocean. However, when they flew over, they saw a shocking scene 2 to 3 kilometers into the ocean. In the ocean, there were at least tens of thousands of densely packed martial artists. Even at the edge of the city, there were tens of thousands of people standing there looking at the location of the ocean. Wang Xian looked over with a shocked expression on his face. In the ocean, there was a building that was 100 meters tall floating on the surface of the ocean. It was similar to a tower in the city. The entire body of the building was aqua blue and emitted a strong water elemental energy. The building that appeared out of thin air on the ocean naturally attracted everyone's attention. It's a formation. Moreover, it's a very powerful formation. One corner of the formation was destroyed, so it revealed a little of the situation inside. Feng Luan's eyes flickered as she stared at the location of the building. The two of them flew towards the seaside together. There are quite a number of experts? When Wang Xian and the rest approached the seaside, he swept his gaze across them and revealed a surprised expression. Around them, there were 4 insightful emptiness realm experts, half-step insightful emptiness realm experts, and even transcendent level 9 experts. There were dozens of them in total. There are 13 insightful emptiness realm experts in the royal family of Star Moon Kingdom. There are 2 here. There is 1 insightful emptiness realm expert from Heavenly Moon Sect and 1 from the royal family of Fengshao Kingdom. Feng Luan's gaze swept across them and her voice rang in Wang Xian's ears. The people of the Fengshao Kingdom are here as well? Wang Xian revealed a hint of surprise. The Fengshao Kingdom is close to Star Moon Kingdom and is slightly stronger than Star Moon Kingdom. In the past, the Fengshao Kingdom was very strong. However, after the break with the Phoenix-eyed demonic beast clan, half of the insightful emptiness realm experts of the Fengshao Kingdom died in that huge battle. As Feng Yuan spoke, she looked at Wang Xian, who was beside her. Now, the Feng-eyed clan was Wang Xian's subordinate, a member of the Dragon Palace and the former Feng-eyed clan. They had a good relationship with the Fengshao Kingdom. However, as the Fengshao Kingdom grew stronger at that time, they wanted the bloodline of the Feng-eyed clan's demon beast. As a result, a series of conflicts occurred. In the end, for some unknown reason, the Feng-eyed clan and the royal family of the Fengshao Kingdom had a huge battle. More than half of the Wind Howl Kingdom had lost their insightful emptiness realm experts. On the other hand, almost all of the Wind Eye clan's insightful emptiness realm experts had been wiped out. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. He didn't know much about the past of the Wind Eye clan. This formation is so powerful. Even the expert at level 3 of the insightful emptiness realm in the Wind Howl Kingdom was unable to open the formation. This is a combination formation. A combination formation at level 3 of the insightful emptiness realm. The formation covers an area of 10 kilometers around the entire island. To break it, 5 to 6 insightful emptiness realm experts must join forces. This formation is really impressive. I wonder who left this island or what faction it belongs to. I wonder how long this island has been drifting in the ocean. I heard that the royal family of Star Moon Kingdom will send another expert of the Void Interpretation stage today. If we wait any longer, more experts will come. In the surroundings, the martial artists were conversing softly. Wang Xian looked over. His eyes were flashing with a demonic luster. The outline of an island appeared in his line of sight. However, due to his low strength, even the light-dark fire dragon eyes could not see what was inside. However, with Wang Xian's Abijna, the light-dark no formation, he could ignore the formation outside and enter directly. The group of strange demons could also follow him and enter directly. He didn't choose to enter rashly. It was a mysterious island. No one knew the situation inside. If there were void-seeing creatures inside, it would be suicide to enter. Can you break this formation? Wang Xian asked Feng Yuan, who was beside him. Yes, I can. However, when I break the formation, others will notice me. Moreover, once the formation is broken, others can enter as well. Feng Yuan nodded her head with a contemplative look on her face. Judging from their looks, it will be difficult for them to break the formation within a short period of time. Let's go to Bright Moon City first. Wang Xian said to Feng Yuan. She nodded her head, and the two of them flew straight into Bright Moon City. When they arrived at Bright Moon City, they realized that the city was a little crowded. City guards were patrolling around vigilantly. It was obvious that the arrival of so many strong people had put a huge pressure on the security of Bright Moon City. Find a place to stay. We will stay in Bright Moon City for a few days. Wang Xian said to Feng Yuan. He wanted to wait for the arrival of the Draconids before he started to set up the Dragon Assassin organization in Bright Moon City. Sure. Feng Yuan nodded. She also knew the strength of the Dragon Assassin organization. This was a force that made her very envious. Once this assassin group was fully developed, the power of the Dragon Assassin group would be an existence that could shake the world. What a coincidence. Our restaurant only has one room left. Now, in the entire Bright Moon City, only the Western region's restaurant still has rooms. The other restaurants are all full. Entering a restaurant, the manager smiled at them and said, there was only one room in the legends. A man and a woman living together in the same room? The truth was the same. Yes, cultivate in the room for the next few days. Feng Yuan said expressionlessly. With their cultivation level, cultivation could replace rest. Their bodies were free from dirt and didn't need to be cleaned. There was nothing inconvenient about it. All right, please come upstairs. The shopkeeper brought them to the third floor with a smile and opened a room for them. You have to settle your matters as soon as possible. She looked at Wang Xian and reminded him. Within 2 days, I will command the Dragon Assassin organization to shake the entire Bright Moon City, Wang Xian said confidently. There are many strong people in Bright Moon City now. Be careful. Feng Luan reminded him. Ao Yao, who was the strongest, was able to avoid the detection of a level 1 see-through void martial artist. However, a level 2 see-through void martial artist could already sense him. I know. Wang Xian nodded his head with a solemn expression. The good thing was that the 40 strange demons that he brought this time were the 40 strongest among the strange demons. 20 of them had the ability to assassinate a level 9 supernatural realm expert, while the other 20 had the ability to assassinate a level 8 supernatural realm expert. There was also Ao Yao. Young master, miss. Wang Xian ordered some food. Feng Luan was constantly paying attention to the information in Bright Moon City. She held the communication stone plate and kept checking. Not long after, there was the sound of knocking on the door as well as some noisy conversations. What's wrong? Wang Xian opened the door and asked a waiter curiously. Behind the waiter stood 3 young men and a group of middle-aged men. I'm very sorry, sir. Our restaurant has to vacate the entire 3rd floor. The waiter at the door said to Wang Xian with a smile on his face. Chapter 1131. Undercurrent Assassin Organization. Vacate the entire 3rd floor? Where are we staying then? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard the waiter's words and asked directly. We will give you double the compensation. Young master, please find another room to stay in. The waiter replied with a smile. I don't need double the compensation. Why? I have already stayed here for a night, and now you want us to leave? At this moment, a furious voice came from the side. Wang Xian looked over and saw a burly middle-aged man staring at the waiter in front of him with bell-like eyes. The aura of an extraordinary level 6 was pressing down on him directly. If I tell you to scram, scram immediately. Don't bring trouble on yourself. Before the waiter could speak, 2 young men and a group of middle-aged men who were standing in the middle of the corridor looked over. A thin middle-aged man stared at him coldly. He looked extremely cold-blooded. The burly middle-aged man's face turned pale as he stared at them in fear. This is Bright Moon City. If you dare to make a move here, scram. The burly middle-aged man's face turned ugly as he spoke. However, before he could finish, the skinny middle-aged man interrupted him, looking at him coldly. The skinny middle-aged man's eyes didn't have any emotion. The aura of a rank 7 transcendent enveloped the burly middle-aged man. A killing intent that could penetrate one's heart caused the burly middle-aged man's expression to change drastically. He staggered slightly. All right, we'll leave now. The burly middle-aged man's eyes were filled with fear. Such a bone-piercing killing intent was definitely not an ordinary martial artist. An ordinary martial artist's body had more killing intent, which was obviously different from killing intent. However, the thin, middle-aged man in front of him had a dense killing intent, which was obviously condensed from killing many people. Hurry up and get out of the way. The 3 young men standing at the front revealed a faint, mocking expression, and one of the young men directly shouted. When the young man finished speaking, the middle-aged men around him revealed a terrifying killing intent in their eyes. For a moment, the entire corridor of the 3rd floor was extremely cold. Hurry up and scram. When the 3 young men saw this scene, a faint smile appeared on their faces as they spoke arrogantly. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he raised his eyebrows. Young master. When the waiter saw Wang Xian's indifferent look, he frowned slightly and shouted. The rest of the people on the 3rd floor left. Only Wang Xian remained standing there without moving an inch. Everyone's gaze was directed at him. What's wrong? Feng Luan's puzzled voice came from inside. It's nothing. A bunch of self-righteous fellows. Wang Xian said indifferently and closed the door. Kid, are you courting death? Everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard Wang Xian's words. The skinny middle-aged man looked at him. Scram. Wang Xian's expression turned cold instantly. The aura on his body trembled, and a terrifying pressure was directed towards the group. A group of middle-aged men and 3 young men. The strongest one among them was only at level 8 of the extraordinary realm. How could they chase him and phone one away? The 3 young men and the group of young men felt the terrifying aura, and their expressions changed slightly. Young master. The waiter standing in front of Wang Xian trembled and fell backward. His face was filled with fear. Don't disturb us. Wang Xian glanced at them with disdain and closed the door with a bang. This was the world of the strong. Even the owner of this restaurant could not chase people out casually. This was because offending a strong person would result in the retaliation of the strong person. This was especially so for a top-notch strong person like a transcendent level 9. Wang Xian's aura just now was that of a transcendent level 9. The 3 young men looked at the tightly shut door, and their expressions changed drastically. Young masters, we? The waiter's face was extremely pale as he looked at the 3 young men. Young Master Ing, I can't let the city guards make a move in Bright Moon City. Furthermore, the other party. The young man standing on the left had a change in expression as he spoke to the young man in the middle with a dark expression. I know. Young Master Ing nodded with a dark expression as he looked at the tightly shut door. What an arrogant fellow. I'm warning you. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have the strength of a transcendent 9th rank. Don't think that you'll be safer in Bright Moon City either. Be careful. He said coldly to the door with a dark expression as he threatened. Haha, you're courting death. Don't come and disturb me. Otherwise, you have to be careful too. Hearing the threatening voice from outside, the corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he replied sarcastically. All right, just you wait. When young Master Ing heard Wang Xian's words from inside the room, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Following that, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he muttered sinisterly, You dare to say such words to me? Interesting. When the 2 young men beside him saw his expression, their hearts trembled slightly. The group of middle-aged men behind them looked at Wang Xian's room in unison. Go and investigate them. I want to see who gave him the right to be arrogant. Young Master Ing said to the skinny middle-aged man behind him in a deep voice. The skinny middle-aged man immediately nodded his head. This time, my father spent a huge amount of money to obtain a few lingu fruits and nurtured 2 subordinates who are at the half-step void interpretation level. It's just right for them to give it a try. Young Master Ing walked towards a room as he muttered to himself. A faint smile appeared on his face. That dragon spike has brought us great pressure. However, fortunately, we have Sir here. This time, we have added 2 half-step profound void martial stage powerhouses. In the future, the world will still be ours. The young man on his right said with some flattery. Humph, dragon spike? If he dares to enter another city, then we will play with them. Young Master Ying's eyes were sparkling. But this time, my father has paid a huge price to obtain the lingu fruit. It's definitely worth it for the reward, the young man on the right said hurriedly. Young Master Ing smiled and looked at the room at the side again. I don't need to use my strongest strength to kill you. Many people have already forgotten that Undercurrent is the king of assassins in Star Moon Kingdom. Who are those people? In the room, Feng Wan asked Wang Xian calmly. I don't know. No matter who he is, it's best that he doesn't provoke me in the next few days. Otherwise, Wang Xian smiled. Otherwise, he would dare to kill him even if he was the prince of Star Moon Kingdom. Then, he announced the arrival of the Dragon Assassin Organization. Time passed slowly, and the moon gradually rose. Bright Moon City was still bustling with activity at night. The appearance of Floating Sea City caused many mercenary groups and powerful families to rush over. At the seashore outside the city, Star Moon Kingdom sent a team of over 1,000 experts to stand guard there, waiting for the formation to be activated. Clap, clap. Around midnight, Feng Luan sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate while Wang Xian sat cross-legged below. The faint sound of water could be heard suddenly. Chapter 1132. floating sea city was opened. Feng Luan and Wang Xian, who were cultivating, opened their eyes and looked at the door. A pool of liquid was slowly flowing into the room. Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly, and a name appeared in his mind. Undercurrent. Undercurrent Assassin Organization. It's actually an extraordinary level 9 assassin. When Shui Lu entered the room, Wang Xian revealed a look of astonishment. According to the rumors, the Undercurrent Assassin Organization could only assassinate people at level 9 of the supernatural realm. Now, they were sending top-notch assassins to kill him. His eyes flickered slightly as he looked to his left and right. At this moment, in the room on the left, a young man was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Beside him was a devilish blue mask. He was looking over with a smile on his face. It seems like this guy is part of the Undercurrent Assassin Organization. Furthermore, it is very likely that he is the descendant of the Master of Undercurrent. Wang Xian looked over and was deep in thought. He sat cross-legged and did not move. Feng Luan also slowly closed her eyes and ignored him. Feng Luan did not think much of an extraordinary level 9 assassin. Moreover, the first target of this assassin was Wang Xian. An assassin who dared to assassinate me? Wang Xian was slightly mocking. He felt an energy attacking him. The terrifying penetrating force was so strong that even if he was hit, he would still be injured. However, when the assassin with his calm eyes came to Wang Xian's surroundings, an invisible dagger attacked him instantly. The sound of penetration was heard, but the killer revealed a look of despair. He looked at his chest in disbelief. A ball of dark energy blocked his mouth, and he couldn't make any sound. Undercurrent Assassin Organization. Wang Xian looked at the killer who was in disbelief. A faint smile appeared on his face. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a terrifying trembling sound was heard, causing Wang Xian to be slightly stunned. Feng Luan immediately stood up and looked at Wang Xian. The sound from Floating Sea City should be the sound of void interpretation experts breaking the formation forcefully. There are at least 3 to 4 second-level void interpretation experts. Let's go. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and said directly. Feng Luan nodded. Without any hesitation, she opened the window and jumped out. I'll let you live a little longer. Wang Xian looked at the room next to him and quickly flew toward the Floating Sea City. What's going on? It's the sound from the Floating Sea City. Someone is breaking the formation. Let's go quickly. If we can enter, there might be the inheritance of a void interpretation stage expert. It might even be the lair of a demonic beast race. At dawn, the terrifying attack that came from the seashore caused the entire Bright Moon City to tremble. Some of the martial artists hurriedly flew towards the seashore. At this moment, no one cared about the rules that forbade flying in the city. It's an expert from the royal family of Star Moon Kingdom. Star Moon Dove, it's a demonic beast. Star Moon Dove, the guardian demonic beast of the royal family of Star Moon Kingdom. Wang Xian and Feng Luan quickly flew towards Floating Sea City. Cries of surprise could be heard from the surroundings. In the sky, 2 Star Moon Doves, which were about 10 meters in size, flapped their wings. They were exceptionally eye-catching in the sky. Half-step void interpretation demonic beast, Star Moon Dove. On top of the Star Moon Dove stood a group of people. On top of the Star Moon Dove stood 4 void interpretation experts, including the City Lord of Bright Moon City. The Star Moon Dynasty sent 4 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. In addition to the 4 from the Star Moon Dynasty, an elder from the Heavenly Moon Sect was also close to the 4 from the Star Moon Kingdom. In addition, the Windhowl Kingdom had 1 level 3 insightful Emptiness Realm expert and 1 level 2 insightful Emptiness Realm expert. At this moment, this group of insightful Emptiness Realm experts were working together to attack the array formation, breaking the array formation with force. At the back, there were at least 10,000 warriors, including half-step insightful Emptiness Realm experts and level 9 transcendents. There were quite a number of such rare experts. At most, we will have to attack more than 10 times before the formation will be broken. Feng Luan watched as more and more buildings appeared. Her gaze was slightly focused. They are obviously united. In a while, without a team of void interpretation powerhouses, it will be impossible to enter. Wang Xian glanced at Feng Yuan and said softly, "No, everyone can enter. The outermost part of this floating sea city is an illusion formation. Below the illusion formation is a killing formation. This floating sea city is not that simple. There will be dangers inside." Feng Yuan's eyes sparkled. "Are you saying that we need someone to scout the way?" Wang Xian looked at her. "Yes, the killing formation inside is not complete. Clearly, there are a lot of problems due to the long duration. However, the more it is like this, the more it will reflect the danger of the floating sea city. It might even threaten the life of an insightful emptiness realm expert." Feng Yuan nodded her head. "There's no need to rush. We can just follow the crowd in." "All right." Wang Xian nodded his head. His divine ability, the light and darkness formation, could ignore the formation. However, this did not mean that he could ignore the elemental attacks of the formation. However, he would not activate the formation. Without anyone controlling it, even if he were to barge in, he would not be in any danger. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying attacks landed on the formation one after another, causing everyone around to reveal horrified expressions. This time, the kingdom of howling wind has really crossed the line. On the body of a star moon dove, a young man dressed in yellow clothes with his head slightly raised looked at the group of experts at the profound void tier and frowned slightly. "Third Prince, the kingdom of howling wind has been getting restless in recent years, and their hands have been stretched out very long." An elder beside him said respectfully, Now that Father's strength has broken through, he really thinks that we, Starry Moon, are afraid of them." The young man snorted coldly. Standing on the body of a half-step void interpretation demonic beast, he looked down at everyone below, the corners of his mouth slightly mocking. "A bunch of chess pieces," he said indifferently, his gaze turning towards the huge floating sea city that was gradually exposed, his eyes burning with passion. "This should be the 100 beast city of that beast tamer from 300 years ago. If I can obtain the inheritance of the 100 patrol beast tamer senior." As he spoke, his eyes burned with passion. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion sounded from the front. Everyone looked over, their eyes filled with excitement. The sky started to shatter like glass. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared intently inside. What is this? What dense spiritual energy? The spiritual energy here is almost double that of the outside world. 100 Beast City, look at that huge inscription over there. Tens of thousands of people in the surroundings looked over and shouted in shock. "Charge, charge, we'll charge over immediately. The first one to charge over will definitely reap more rewards." Isn't 100 Beast City the lair of the 100 Patrol Beast Tamer, who is a 6th-level profound void martial artist? Could it be? When the formation was completely broken, a primitive floating sea city with a circumference of 10 kilometers appeared in their sight. Chapter 1133, 100 Patrol Elders. The formation was broken. When everyone looked at the floating sea city that was gradually becoming clearer, their faces were filled with shock. An island that looked like a city appeared in everyone's sight. However, this city was not like the humans. Instead, it was built with many nests. All kinds of nests were strangely shaped, causing the entire island to look extremely strange. At the edge of floating sea city, there was a huge inscription. On it were 3 powerful words, 100 Beast City. Around these 3 words, there was a pattern of all kinds of demonic beasts. When the array was broken, everyone around had excited expressions on their faces. All of them looked into floating sea city with fervent gazes. It's the 100 Patrol Beast Tamer, the 100 Patrol Elder, who once shook the entire flowing sea region. Oh my God, this is his 100 Beast City. Rumor has it that the 100 Beast City is extremely mysterious. There was once a dynasty that offended the 100 Patrol Elder. In the end, The 100 Patrol Elder led his ferocious beast army to attack that dynasty's imperial city and destroyed it in one night. How terrifying! When everyone looked at the 100 Beast City, some of them immediately recognized the origins of the 100 Beast City. The 100 Patrol Elder was a Grandmaster Beast Tamer. Beast tamers, alchemists, and weapon refiners were all relatively special professions, especially beast tamers. Beast tamers learned from demonic beasts. Demonic beasts could control fierce beasts through their bloodlines, and some of the human experts had studied and learned this technique. However, beast tamers had a huge restriction, and that was that one had to have high-level demonic beasts and fierce beast bloodlines. However, the Baisun Elder was a legendary figure, which was why he was passed down in the area of the Flowing Sea. One had to know that the Flowing Sea area contained more than 20 countries, with a population of over 10 billion people. The Baisun Elder only possessed the bloodline of a half-step void interpretation level demon beast. However, he used his unique beast taming technique to allow himself and a 6th-level void interpretation tarsal bone demon beast to enter his body. Tarsal bone demon beast, as its name implied, was a special demon beast. This demon beast could enter the body of other creatures. It could bestow power to the person being possessed, and it could also make the person die quickly. Old Man Baisun completely controlled this rank 6 void interpretation tarsal bone demon beast, so his strength was comparable to a rank 6 void interpretation level demon beast. No one knew the process, but Old Man Baisun's strength and reputation were known by everyone in the entire Flowing Sea region. He was once the strongest person in the Flowing Sea region, an existence that could destroy an entire country with just one person. Charge, hurry up and enter. Haha, the 100 Beast City of the 100 Patrol Master. If I can obtain the tarsal bone demonic beast, then I will be able to ascend to the heavens in one step. Enter. We must enter. In the surroundings, tens of thousands of martial artists flew towards the 100 Beast City with excited faces. In the sky, 7 profound void martial artists floated in the air, their eyes flickering as they stared at the 100 Beast City. They were not the first to enter. 100 Beast City. I didn't expect it to be the 100 Beast City of the 100 Patrol Master. However, the 100 Beast City before us is only 10 kilometers in radius. It seems like this is only a part of the 100 Beast City of the 100 Patrol Master. An old man from the Star Moon Kingdom dressed in a python robe looked down as he muttered. It is rumored that 300 years ago, the 100 Patrol Master offended a kingdom in the vast sea region, causing the tarsal bone demonic beast to be heavily injured. Since then, the 100 Patrol Master has disappeared from everyone's sight. Could this place be? An old man holding a staff beside the old man in the python robe said softly. This matter concerns the 100 Patrol Master. This 100 Beast City is definitely not simple. You must know that the 100 Patrol Master once controlled more than a dozen void interpretation level demon beasts. He even had a 5th level void interpretation level demon beast. The few void interpretation level experts had solemn expressions. This matter concerned a peak level void interpretation level 6th level expert. They could not afford to be careless. In the sky, the 7 insightful emptiness realm experts looked at each other, but they did not make a move. They needed the group of people below to scout the way. If there was danger, they could also respond. Among the surrounding 10,000 experts, 50% of them hesitated for a moment before flying directly into the 100 Beast City. The things left behind by a top-tier expert in the Flowing Sea region, even if they only obtained a little, were enough for them to go all out. As martial artists who frequently dealt with life and death situations, their courage was unimaginable. One by one, the martial artists sized up the 100 Beast City warily and landed in different places. Let's go. We'll go as well. Wang Xian's pair of dark fire dragon eyes swept across the 100 Beast City. He looked at Feng Luan and said directly, "All right." Feng Luan nodded her head. Even if she didn't have powerful ocular skills, with her past experience, she wasn't someone that could be compared to an insightful emptiness realm expert. At this moment, the two of them were wearing a black mask. A shadow mask, a void interpretation level concealment mask. After wearing the mask, one would be able to conceal one's figure, and outsiders would not be able to see clearly whether it was a man or a woman. The two of them moved, blending in with the tens of thousands of people, and flew directly towards the 100B city. In the sky, the 7 void interpretation experts still did not move. Standing on the star moon dove, the third prince watched as the group of people swarmed towards the 100B city, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Let's go. We'll go too." With that said, the third prince's body moved, and he directly flew towards the location below. Yes, the 2 old men and 4 middle-aged men beside him immediately followed behind. Let's go in. We can't be the first to enter, but we can't fall behind either." Some clans with transcendent Tier 9 experts also began to move at this moment. Each of these nests has an array formation. Moreover, the level of the array formation is not low. The owner of the 100 Beast City is really powerful. When he landed at the edge of the 100 Beast City, Wang Xian looked at the nests in front of him with a shocked expression on his face. Each of the nests had an array formation covering them. How big of an effort was this? According to what I heard from the surroundings, if this old man Bai Sun possesses the strength of a level 6 void interpretation expert, it wouldn't be difficult for him to build a 100 Beast City. Feng Luan sized up the surroundings. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. It was indeed the case. A level 6 see-through cultivator could definitely build a dynasty. The wealth of such a powerhouse was far beyond the imagination of others. Roar! Ah! At this moment, the sound of a beast's roar was suddenly heard along with a scream. Wang Xian turned around and saw a level 7 supernatural beast rushing out from a nest. Its eyes were bloodshot as it attacked the group of people in front of it in a frenzy. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and sized up the surrounding nests. There were at least tens of thousands of nests in the entire 100 Beast City. Some of the nests had ferocious beasts in them. These ferocious beasts were sleeping in their nests. The operation of the formation maintained their vitality, and just rushed out of the fierce beasts. The formation was destroyed, fierce directly mad. Chapter 1134. Ferocious Beast Pet Egg. Kill this ferocious beast. Hurry up, hurry up. Angry voices came from afar as the group attacked the transcendent level 7 ferocious beast. There might be ferocious beasts in the nest. The weakest one should be at transcendent level 7. Everyone, be careful. Don't open the array formation and see if there are any spiritual herbs. Some of the weaker ones looked over and warned loudly in fear. Any random array formation would be a transcendent 7th rank. Among the 10,000 people present, there weren't many that could be dealt with. Haha, pet egg, the pet egg of a transcendent 7th rank ferocious beast. We're rich. However, at this moment, an excited roar suddenly sounded, causing everyone in 100 Beast City to be slightly stunned. What? A pet egg? There's a pet egg in the nest? A pet egg, a transcendent 7th grade pet egg. This is worth 10 million middle grade spirit stones. Oh my god. The news of a pet egg in the nest caused everyone to go crazy. Everyone knew the value of a pet egg. Even a transcendent 7th grade pet egg was worth tens of millions of middle grade spirit stones. Tens of millions of mid-grade spirit stones was a huge amount of money to a powerful family. To those mercenary groups, it was even more precious. Break the nest's array formation. Everyone get ready. Anyone who wants to join forces, let's open the array formation together and request for a 7th rank transcendent expert. The eyes of the martial artists began to heat up. Everyone looked at the surrounding nests, their eyes filled with greed. Pet egg? Feng Luan's eyes flickered when she heard the voices of the people around her. The value of a pet egg was also of great use to her. A pet egg? Wang Xian revealed a smile as he scanned his surroundings. At this moment, a group of people in front were trying to crack the array formation. The level of the array formation of the ferocious beast nest was not very high, and it was not a defensive or protective array formation. Therefore, it was not difficult to crack it. However, no one knew whether the interior of the lair was a violent, ferocious beast or a pet egg. The probability of a violent, ferocious beast was higher. Can you investigate the situation inside? Wang Xian looked at Feng Wan and asked her directly. No, but even if it's a ferocious beast in the lair, it's easy to deal with it. A faint smile appeared on Feng Wan's face. Should we split up? Wang Xian looked at her and said with a smile. All right, you won't get anything by my side either. Feng Wan said confidently. Her strength had already reached level 1 of the see-through realm. Furthermore, with her experience, she could fight against a powerhouse at level 2 of the see-through realm. Even a powerhouse at level 3 of the see-through realm would find it difficult to kill her. If she wanted to break the formation of the surrounding lairs, it would be a piece of cake. Even if there were ferocious beasts inside, she could easily kill them. She also knew Wang Xian's strength. He had yet to reach the see-through realm. There was a huge gap between him and her if he had yet to reach the see-through realm. All right, Wang Xian smiled faintly. After shrugging his shoulders, he walked to the side. Feng Luan smiled and walked in the opposite direction. Hee, this place is a treasure trove to me. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a demonic glow. His body moved, and he floated in the air for 10 meters. His demonic eyes scanned through the nests. Some of the nests were made of wood, and some were made of stone. The bigger ones were more than 10 meters in size, while the smaller ones were 3 to 4 meters in size. Before the formation was broken, the ferocious beasts inside could not be seen at all. They could only rely on their own luck. However, this was only for others. The level of the formation was not high. Wang Xian's light dark fire dragon eyes could completely penetrate it. He looked at the 7 insightful emptiness realm experts in the sky outside. At this moment, the 7 of them were frowning as they looked down. Clearly, the pet eggs were quite attractive to them. However, their attention was placed at the center of the hall. There was a majestic hall. The corner that was exposed not too long ago was a corner of the hall. This hall was extremely fast. It was different from the ordinary human halls. The hall there was more like a huge nest. Ao Yao, be careful. Stay away from those insightful emptiness realm experts. Wang Xian retracted his gaze and his voice was transmitted into the minds of the surrounding strange demons. It's the Dragon King. The group of strange demons immediately responded. There's a pet egg in that black wooden nest. There's one in the white jade nest as well. There's a pet egg 300 meters ahead. There's one in the nest that the 20 people on the right are preparing to break open. As Wang Xian spoke, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He had seen all the lairs within a radius of 1,000 meters. Ao Yao and the rest immediately accepted the order. They entered the lairs silently. That's right, they entered directly. The Light Thorn's ability had no formation. It could ignore the formation. The group of strange demon gods entered without anyone noticing. They easily took out the pet eggs one by one. The formation was not damaged, and there were no fluctuations. 14. The harvest is not bad. Wang Xian moved his body and immediately flew to another location at a rapid speed. More than 10,000 people entered the 100 Beast City, causing the surroundings to be filled with people. Wang Xian flew in the sky and did not stand out at all. After flying for 1,000 meters to the left at a rapid speed, Wang Xian's dragon eyes of light and dark fire scanned his surroundings again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wang Xian scanned all the places and transmitted his voice to Ao Yao and the rest. His speed was so fast that it could almost be described as sweeping. One by one, the pet eggs were easily discovered. Then, they quickly shifted their positions. The 100 Beast City was only a radius of 10 kilometers. With his speed, Wang Xian had already swept around 5 kilometers in a short 5 minutes. FUCK, I've broken through more than 10 nests, but I didn't find any pet eggs. Yeah, my luck is really bad. Come, let's go to the central area to take a look. Wang Xian was floating in the sky. A level 9 supernatural realm expert and his subordinates around him roared with an embarrassed look on their faces. Roar, roar. At this moment, an even more majestic beast roar was heard. Everyone looked over at the same time. It's near the central area. This roar is at least at transcendent level 9. Someone is near the central area. Should we go and fight? The beasts inside the nest are no longer something we can deal with. Compared to the outside, there are more than 1,000 nests inside. It's very likely that they are all at transcendent level 9 or higher. However, if we can get a transcendent level 9 pet egg, we will be rich. Many people looked forward. There was fear and desire on their faces. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Wang Xian's figure moved. Without any hesitation, he flew straight towards the center. The powerhouses who were at half-step void interpretation also gave up on the layers outside and rushed forward. Chapter 1135. Pups of the Void Interpretation Demonic Beast. Transcendent Level 8, Transcendent Level 9, Half-Step Void Interpretation. When Wang Xian walked forward, his gaze swept across the lair in front of him. When he saw the level of the ferocious beasts inside, his face revealed a look of surprise. This was not the most central location. The most central location was the main hall. On the left and right of the main hall, there were two lion-shaped lairs. The two lairs were 20 meters in size and were golden in color. Compared to the other lairs, they looked extremely majestic. That was the most central area in the entire bee city. Wang Xian had a hunch that there were at least void interpretation level ferocious beasts inside. Let's get the pet eggs here first. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he started to scan his surroundings. There were only over 1,000 lairs in this area. The formations in the lairs were more powerful. It was slightly strenuous for Wang Xian to use his light and dark fire dragon eyes to check. Fortunately, these formations were only at transcendent level 7 or so. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Wang Xian felt a powerful aura flying towards him. He turned his head and saw a young man in a yellow robe flying towards him with his subordinates. The young man scanned his surroundings coldly. His gaze landed on Wang Xian before he turned to the side. Level 8 of Transcendence, 2 half-step void interpretation, and 4 level 9 of Transcendence. This young man's identity is not simple. Wang Xian took a look and thought to himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, an even faster and more terrifying aura descended, causing Wang Xian's expression to change slightly. Not good, the void interpretation experts are here. Wang Xian looked over and saw 7 void interpretation experts flying over. It seems that the void interpretation experts could no longer sit still after realizing that there was no danger. Wang Xian thought to himself. Even Feng Luan thought that there would be danger here. However, after such a long time, there wouldn't be any danger unless they broke the formation of the lair. Facing the pet eggs one by one, they immediately took action. Quick, quick. Wang Xian turned his gaze to the side. His eyes flickered with a demonic luster as he looked into the lairs one by one. Aoyao, tell him to stay away from the insightful emptiness realm experts. He must not be discovered. Wang Xian said hurriedly. With a move of his body, he flew into one of the nests. Under the circumstances where no one was paying attention to him, he entered the nest directly and put the pet eggs into the storage spirit bag. As the pet eggs were alive, the interspatial ring could not store pet eggs. A small pet egg was about half a meter in size and was very eye-catching. However, Wang Xian, who possessed the storage spirit bag, did not have such concerns. When Wang Xian came out of the nest, the yellow-robed young man frowned slightly and looked in his direction. Wang Xian sensed his gaze and stood there without moving. He scanned his surroundings and ordered the Ao Yao Yao to enter the nest. Everyone, evacuate from here. Otherwise, die. At this moment, a terrifying aura came directly towards them, causing Wang Xian's expression to change drastically. The Transcendent Level 9 and half-step void interpretation experts who had rushed over also had a slight change in expression. Only the young man in yellow robes and the other experts who were dressed in the Sky Moon sect's attire remained unperturbed. Everyone's faces revealed a trace of bitterness when they saw the cold and murderous gazes of the 7 insightful void martial experts. These 7 insightful void martial experts clearly wanted to monopolize this area and prohibit anyone from entering. Scram! The 2 insightful void martial experts from the Howling Wind Kingdom saw that they had yet to leave. They slightly raised their brows and roared in a low voice. A terrifying aura swept down like a tornado. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of everyone who entered this area, and they retreated in fear. Who is it? It's disturbing our master's slumber. However, suddenly, a muffled voice sounded. This voice caused everyone's hair to stand on end, and their pupils constricted slightly as they looked towards the great hall 1,000 meters away. Ka-ka, ka-ka. On the left and right side of the great hall, there were 2 enormous metal lions. At this moment, the eyes of these 2 lions actually slowly opened, and they looked towards the 7 insightful emptiness realm experts in the sky without the slightest reaction. What? When the surrounding people saw the 2 golden lions that were 20 meters in size 1,000 meters away, their faces revealed a stunned expression. Everyone thought that the 2 golden lions were a nest. That was because they could not see any signs of life on the golden lions. Their mouths were wide open on the ground, and there was a deep hole. Everyone thought that this was a nest of ferocious beasts. Even Wang Xian thought so. However, he did not expect that this was a void interpretation-level ferocious beast that possessed life. Moreover, these 2 beasts could even speak human language. It's a burst-mouthed golden lion. It's actually a burst-mouthed golden lion. Moreover, it was trained by the 100 patrol elders to be able to speak human language. Oh my God! A half-step void interpretation expert revealed a shocked expression. Burst-mouthed golden lion was a metal-type beast. Its strength was incomparably terrifying, and these 2 burst-mouthed golden lions did not seem to have any life force on their bodies. One could not tell the depth of their strength. Hiss, not good. Our aura has disturbed them. The Heavenly Moon sect's insightful emptiness realm expert's expression changed slightly, and he stared at the 2 20-meter large golden lions with a grave expression. The Howling Wind Kingdom's insightful emptiness realm level 3 expert also slightly frowned. You dare disturb Master's slumber. You deserve to die. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The 2 golden lions slowly stood up, their bodies emitting mechanical sounds, and the coldness in their eyes slowly turned into savagery. Not good. Their strength is at the 3rd level of the Profound Void tier. 3rd level of the Profound Void tier. We're in big trouble? No, the aura on their bodies is a little weak. Perhaps it's because they haven't eaten for a long time. The 7 Profound Void tier experts in the sky revealed an embarrassed expression. Looking at the golden lions that were gradually becoming savagery, they held the weapons in their hands with vigilance. Clang, clang, clang. At this time, the 2 explosive golden lions suddenly raised their heads. Their mouths that were 7 to 8 meters in size slowly revealed their golden teeth. 2 huge fangs that were 10 meters long extended out, looking incomparably violent. Bang! A terrifying aura was emitted from their bodies. They bent down and directly slashed towards the 7 Profound Void martial experts in the sky. The expressions of the 7 Profound Void martial artists changed drastically. Their bodies are weak. Let's kill them first. An expert from Star Moon Kingdom shouted loudly. Kill? The 7 people did not hesitate in the slightest as they directly charged towards the 2 explosive golden lions. What a good opportunity. The 9 Profound Void martial experts launched a great battle in the sky, causing the expressions of the people below to reveal excitement. Earlier, the 7 insightful Void tier experts had wanted to chase them out, but now that the insightful Void tier experts were being held back by 2 ferocious beasts, it was actually an opportunity for them. As for the group of martial artists at the edge of the 100-beast city, when they saw the might of the insightful Void tier experts, their expressions changed drastically, but they still gritted their teeth and continued to break through the array to search for the pet eggs. Caw caw caw. However, at this moment, something that no one had expected happened. Chapter 1136 was the cub of the void interpretation demonic beast. Crack, crack, crack. Roar, roar, roar. The entire 100-beast city, along with the roars of the two golden lions, underwent a terrifying transformation. All the nests and ferocious beasts were directly awakened. One nest after another trembled slightly, and the array formation shattered like a mirror. This scene caused all the martial artists in the 100-beast city to be stunned, especially those who were preparing to break the array formation. When they saw that the array formation was broken and the roars of fierce beasts came from inside, their faces showed fear. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the entire 100-beast city suddenly emitted a terrifying roar. One fierce beast after another rushed out of their lairs with blood-red eyes. They looked at the surrounding humans and pounced on them as if they were bloodthirsty. Not good. All the arrays have been broken. All the ferocious beasts have come out. Oh my God, run, run. In an instant, the faces of everyone in the surroundings were filled with terror. There were over 10,000 ferocious beast lairs in the entire 100-beast city. In each of the lairs, the weakest ferocious beast was at the 7th rank of the extraordinary realm. And in this group of them, in the span of half an hour, they had only opened over 1,000 lairs. There were still many lairs that they had yet to open. However, when all the ferocious beasts in the lairs came out, it was no less than a huge disaster for them. Everyone had a look of fear on their faces. Without any hesitation, they fled into the distance. Wang Xian, who was close to the central area, was also slightly stunned. He raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the ferocious beasts that were emitting a terrifying aura coming out of the lairs. Around him, the weakest among the huge nests was at level 8 of the supernatural realm. The strong ones were able to reach half-step void interpretation realm. However, this is also a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. A faint smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. He quickly scanned his surroundings. This was because at this moment, there was no need for him to use his light and dark fire dragon eyes to check. There must be pet eggs before he could rush out of the nest of the ferocious beasts. All deviant demons, make your move. Since the void interpretation experts in the sky were restricted, Wang Xian did not hesitate to let the deviant demons and the rest make their move. Under this chaotic environment, the 40 deviant demons were like fish in the water. Wang Xian looked at a sealed lair and rushed towards it. Buzz. The spell-free divine ability allowed him to enter directly. When he saw the 2-meter-sized pet egg, he revealed an excited expression. Half-step void interpretation. The half-step void interpretation pet egg that Feng Yuan had auctioned previously was worth billions of middle-grade spirit stones. After keeping it in his spirit pouch, Wang Xian immediately rushed out. Who is it? However, the moment Wang Xian came out, a cold voice was heard. A few pairs of eyes were staring at him. Wang Xian looked over and raised his eyebrows slightly. He immediately rushed to another place. This guy? The third prince, who was dressed in a yellow robe, frowned as he stared at Wang Xian's figure. His eyes flickered as he looked at the formation behind him that was still unbroken. That mysterious person's strength is not weaker than a transcendent level 9. He should have some special treasures on him that can enter the lair directly. An elder beside him said to Wang Xian in a deep voice. Pay attention to that kid. We should take this opportunity to look for the pet egg. The third prince nodded. The surrounding ferocious beasts did not pose much of a threat to them. The strength beside him was sufficient to deal with these ferocious beasts. Boom, boom. The two old men beside him waved their arms. Their attacks landed on the ferocious beasts that were attacking him and killed them immediately. Their target was also the surrounding ferocious beasts that didn't charge out of their nests. Many people around them had noticed this. However, with their strength, they couldn't escape in time when facing the thousands of top-notch ferocious beasts around them. Compared to the rest, the strange demons entered the nests one by one and easily took out the pet eggs and handed them to Wang Xian. Wang Xian revealed a big smile. "Take them for me. I'm going in." At this moment, Feng Luan's voice rang in his ears. Following that, he saw 6 pet eggs being thrown in front of him. 4 of them were at Transcendent Level 7, 1 of them was at Transcendent Level 8, and 1 of them was at Transcendent Level 9. Wang Xian quickly looked over and saw Feng Luan flying directly towards the central hall. TSK, Feng Luan, this is the real fish in troubled waters." Wang Xian chuckled and placed the pet egg into his storage spirit bag. Then, he looked towards the front once again. At the back, all the nests had been searched by the strange demon and the rest. Only the dozens of nests at the front had not been checked. Wang Xian moved his body and flew directly towards the location closest to the central hall. "There's one." When Wang Xian saw the dozens of nests at the front, he was pleasantly surprised. He moved his body and flew over. "Get lost." At this moment, a cold shout came from behind. Wang Xian swept his gaze across and frowned slightly. However, he ignored it and flew straight towards the nest. Crack, crack. However, just as Wang Xian flew to the front of the nest, the formation of the nest in front of him suddenly broke apart. He frowned slightly and a demonic glow flashed in his eyes. Just as Wang Xian was about to check out what kind of ferocious beast was inside, a small head popped out. It was only the size of a fist. One of its blue and one of its red eyes looked at Wang Xian curiously. Meow. It opened its mouth and meowed. Its body twisted slightly as it emerged from the formation. It had a red and blue glow and looked extremely exquisite. What was even stranger was that it had 2 tails. The red tail and the blue tail looked very cute. Icefire Civet Cat. It's an Icefire Civet Cat. Suddenly, an excited voice sounded from behind. Wang Xian sensed a pair of fiery eyes looking in his direction. Icefire Civet Cat. A rare demonic beast cub. A rare dual attribute demonic beast. The exact strength of its bloodline is unknown. However, the strongest Icefire Civet Cat has reached the terrifying 5th level of the Void Interpretation Realm. I must get it. I must get it. A low roar of intense desire was heard. However, at this moment, Wang Xian's body started to move. Without any hesitation, he directly grabbed at the Icefire Civet Cat. Meow. When the Icefire Civet Cat saw Wang Xian pouncing towards it, it actually pounced towards him. Wang Xian was slightly delighted. A smile appeared on his face as he grabbed the Icefire Civet Cat and flew into the distance. Stop right there. Hand it over to me. Quick, hand it over to me. From behind, the 3rd prince was flustered and exasperated as he roared with all his might. Chase after him. You must catch up to him. You must get the Icefire Civet Cat. The 3rd prince shouted at Wang Xian with bloodshot eyes. He must get the Fire and Ice Civet Cat cub. Once he got it, the throne of Star Moon Kingdom would be his in the future. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.